everybody. This is a little different look. It's been a minute since I used this. Literally an entire month ago, I used this. You can tell from the 6-7. The last time I used it was when I debuted my new art. Feels good to be 3D once in a while. What do you guys think? Okay, we gotta get rid of those. We can't be doing that the whole time. Oh no, my arms. I threw them away. Oh, hello everybody. How is it going? It feels weird to be using this. It feels weird. It's been a minute. It's been a while since I've been 3 dimensions. 3-dimensional. Today we're gonna be playing Fatal Frame, the first one. So I figured I'm gonna get scared, and since I figured I'm gonna get scared, I'm probably don't want to be a PNG. I don't know. I feel like I want to move around if I'm gonna be scared. You guys get to see me freak it. You guys get to see me freak it. Wow. What do you guys think? Did you miss this? Yeah. You missed me. What else can I do? Oh, I don't have the, I don't know what the hotkey is for biblically accurate VTuber model, but I do have that setting on here somewhere. No! Where'd they go? Get back. Alright. Time to get real. Like an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago, I had a candle lit. Because I have a candle in my room. And the height of the candle, the height of the candle jar, more specifically, is pretty low. It doesn't go up too far past the wicks. And I've been using this candle for a couple days, and I went to blow it out because I was like, okay, candle's been on for a while. Turn it off. Turn the candle off. So I went to blow the candle out, and the melt from the candle blew over the other side onto my hand that was holding it, onto my desk, onto my mouse, onto my controller, onto my desk mat. And I was like covered in hot wax. But it wasn't hot. It was like the melt from the wax, but it wasn't hot. I fully expected it to be hot, and then it was cool, and it hardened immediately, but it wasn't like hard, so I could just scrape it up and clean it up. Really, the only real victim here, I also got on my glasses, so the only real victim here was my desk mat. It's my Star Wars desk mat. Now has candle everywhere. And I've got it off, kind of, mostly. But like now it feels weird. I might have to get a different desk mat. I might have to get a different desk mat. I don't know what that was about. I don't know why that happened. I don't know why that happened. I forgot what else I was gonna say. I should have wrote it down. I was thinking about it like an hour ago and I was like, oh, I forgot to talk about this. It's on the tip of my tongue. But we're gonna yam for a bit so I can put off playing the scary video game, but also get used to the model again. I will say the negative on using this model with this background is that you can see the load-bearing Kyrie, and that's kind of funny. I also I think I have to turn the I think I have to turn oh no. Now that they changed OBS. How do I turn I gotta turn the mouth back on. I gotta turn the millisecond delay back on. Wait, do I? Hold on. Let me see this. Yeah. Okay, actually, it's totally fine if I just leave it off. I thought I was gonna have to add the millisecond delay. The 100 millisecond delay back on the model, but I don't know. Seems fine. I don't care. If I turn it on, I won't turn it off. Or what? What? What did I say? What does that mean? Huh? Huh? Why can I no longer, where the hell did they put the audio monitor with the audio thingy? Did they just get rid of it? I don't know. I didn't change anything. I don't know what's happening. Advanced audio properties. There it is. There it is. Okay, I don't think I need to have the sync offset on at all. But maybe we do. Maybe we do. I don't think we do. But yeah, anyways, if you were not here for the last few streams, we have some new commands. We have exclamation point dad joke, I think. Writing with a broken pencil is pointless. Okay, we also have exclamation point fact, which will give you a little fun fact. As in, if one places a tiny amount of liquor on a scorpion, it will instantly go mad and sting itself to death. It's a good thing I'm not a scorpion VTuber. That's I don't know how fun that fact is. We have exclamation point real, and it will tell you that the One Piece is real. And then we have exclamation point report card. So if you are interested in being graded on your grade in this class as an audience, as a student of the stream, it will give you a variable answer. I've got 69% nice in this class. Hell yeah. I'm winning. I'm winning. That's better than the pre-stream where I got a B. And you're like, well, isn't actually a B a higher percentage? Shut up. It's less funny. And we were using the magic 8-ball, but I don't have it enabled right now. Maybe I should enable it. I was role-playing with the magic 8-ball. So, you know what? Let's turn that back on. Exclamation point 8-ball, magic 8-ball. Is this... Am I super awesome? Magic 8-ball, am I super awesome? The Magic 8 Ball says, without a doubt, debated. That's messed up. That's messed up. The Magic 8 Ball is trolling me. How dare you? How dare you? What the hell? I've completely forgotten what I was going to talk about. I do this every time. I do this every time. It feels weird to be moving. Now you guys can see when I'm like messing around. Now you guys can see when I'm fucking around. I was trying to get Fossabot to send a live message. I don't want it to do this. I was hoping that this would work. But I don't think it will. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why Fossabot is like this. Hold on. Fossabot not sending live notifications to Discord. From all platforms. Okay. I guess maybe it just doesn't work. I guess maybe it just doesn't work. Hold on. We can get it to work. Live notifications. Yeah. I don't know. We'll figure it out someday. We'll figure it out someday. Anyways, today we're going to be playing Fatal Frame, which is a very spooky, very scary game from 2001. It is a Japanese horror game on the PS2. It's a retro horror type thing where it's like set in the 80s and you use a camera. And that's about all I know about it, other than it's supposed to be scary. And they've remade the second game like 2 or 3 times, including this year. So let me get this pulled up. And then we can go ahead and play the video game. We can go ahead and play the video game. What the hell was I don't... I hate it when this happens. When I've completely forgotten my talking points. I also forgot to get water. So I'm doing great. Yeah. Let me launch this bad boy. Let's launch this version. Why? Why does it... Hold on. I have to fix something. while I'm here, it opened up it opened up the ISO file of the game in VLC Media Player, and that doesn't seem that doesn't seem correct. So we're gonna fix that, and we're gonna fix it for the couple other games here too. I don't know why it wouldn't just automatically read PCSX2, but here we go. Now we can play this version of the game. Here we go. Alright, we're gonna be playing the game in English. For sure. Wanna-do. Is that like Xanadu? Tecmo before the Koei. There it is, Project Zero, aka Fatal Frame from 2001. This is the undubbed version of the game. We are going to be playing with original Japanese voices as well as the original Japanese character model, but with English subtitles the whole way, and menus and things like that the whole way. So yes, there is a North American English version of the game, a USA version of the game. Maybe we'll play that in the future. I figured it's very Japanese horror coded, it's very Japanese, it's got a Japanese setting, it's set in 1980s Japan with Japanese ghosts. And I figured, you know what, why not play the game, and maybe as much of the series as possible, in Japanese. It feels like it would feel right.
いつの頃からだったろう。私たち兄弟がありえないものを見るようになったのは。
She can literally see the ghosts. Oh no.
兄はとても優しい人でした。
He was so sweet and kind. Was he though?
人には見えないものを見る私が心を開けるのは兄だけでした。
Holy crap, this game is dark.
母が死んでからは私のたった一人の家族。
Oh. September 24th, 1986. This game is gonna freak me out, isn't it? Project Zero, aka Fatal Frame.
兄はある人の行方を追っていました。有名な作家であり、兄の恩人でもある。
He was looking for a famous novelist.
高峰さんは取材旅行中に姿を消してしまったのです。兄から高峰さんの足取りがつかめたという連絡があったとき、
Spooky.
なぜだか兄が遠くに行ってしまうような気がして。
Hello? Anybody home? Alright, that's running at 60 hertz, I think. Yeah, I guess let's start a new game. I want to make sure... I always hate when the controls are like... Okay, type A. The D-pad doesn't do anything. Type B lets you move with the D-pad. Objective move Or 2 subjective moves. I don't really know. Wow, there's just so much. I guess we'll just go type A and rock with it. I don't really know. We'll just go with the default. So I guess there's nothing for me to change. Let's go ahead and start the game. Are you guys ready to be scared? Okay, it's gonna replay this. Which I'm fine with. I'm okay with this. Okay, we're gonna rewatch this. What was the... I wonder what the debt was that he owed this famous author. September 24th, 1986. Himurote. I want to point out that in the US marketing for this game, they put, apropos of nothing, they started marketing it as based on a true story in the US, even though it's not. Which, like, I kind of get because it came out in 2001. The 2000s were definitely an era of calling everything based on a true story. I think there's like a Loch Ness Monster movie that says based on a true story on it, and when you start up the movie. So like they were just slapping that shit on everything. And it didn't even really sell copies. I think the highest selling Fatal Frame before the remasters and the remake was maybe Maiden of Blackwater, and it only sold like, I can't remember if it was 30,000 or 70,000. Oh shit. I can... Oh fuck. This is gonna be scary, isn't it? Guys, I don't know if I can play this. Something large beyond the lattice. Kind of looks like a person covered with cloth. This is immediately got scary. What the hell? No. What is the... Why is it blue? What does this mean? I don't know. I'm not fucking with it. There's something shiny over there. Holy fuck. Leave me alone. What is this? I can't pick it up. I have to look at it. Oh, you can walk slightly faster. How do I play the game? What are the controls? Oh, there's a map. I should have looked at the controls while we were in the control menu, huh? Oh, here they are. Special functions. Search confirm. I found Type 14 film. I think I can use it with my camera. Camera controls. While holding the camera, press the circle button to take a shooting stance, and to enter finder mode. Figured that out. You can take photos with the X or R1 button while in the finder mode. While in finder mode, you can control the player's viewpoint with the left analog stick. Square will move it quickly, triangle will turn it right around. Use the right analog stick to move around while in the shooting stance. No. No, why did why? Why? There's an angry looking mask on the wall. The sound design in this game is crazy. It's actually freaking me out. There's a hole. What is this? There's an old camera here. I think I can take a shot. Oh, you can save the game on these older cameras. I've played the game for 3 minutes and I already want to stop. Oh no. Holy fuck. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this. All the horror games I've played up to now have not been scary at all. This is fucking scary. I guess we can go through the door. Oh my god. I hate this. Rope hallway man. Okay. That's normal. Every hallway has a rope hallway man, I think. There's a big mirror, but it only shows my own reflection. I'm scared. I thought there was gonna be a jump scare. I don't know why. Why do the doors gotta close so heavy behind me? What the hell is this? There's an old suit of armor here. Doesn't seem to be just for show. Seen some hard use. I hate when the music goes away. There's an old lion mask. Many other antiques too. Collecting was the owner's hobby. Lots of antiques here. What the fuck is that? Man looking down. It's like the first thing of the game. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this, guys. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I need to breathe. Oh my god. Okay. let me take a second. Fatal frame 1 scary levels. Scary level. Fatal frame 1 is too scary. Wow. Oh man. This is fucking scary. Oh man. So far I've played a few horror games. 5 horror games to be exact, and none of them are this. This is crazy. I was thinking about I thought about it this morning, but I realized I didn't have one. A heartbeat monitor. A heartbeat monitor while playing this game would have been fire. 'Cause holy shit. I don't... This shit is fucking terrifying. Okay. We can do it. We can do it. Oh man. Okay. That was the first thing in the game. We have to be able to... There's an old clock here. It's been stopped for a while. There are cobwebs. Fuck is that noise? I keep trying to hit X to exit, and I am not doing that. What the hell is this? Hold on. What are you? Oh, just an old, divider. Dust has been disturbed around the sunken fireplace, as if it had been used recently. Well... What is this? The books are falling apart. I can't even read the covers. Oh, I guess I can't go that way. Angry man. This is, I'm literally getting goosebumps. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through the prologue. Sensei. What the fuck? I don't like that. No. No, whatever that is, no. Stop it. I have to watch it through OBS so there's like a degree of separation. No. What is it? fucking scary, dude. No, 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 no. It's gonna be right in front of you. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy oh. Oh my god. Even when you know it's coming. I'm so glad I don't have a heartbeat monitor. Oh my god. I don't know if you get the full experience of how scary this is when you're watching it through a YouTube screen. Holy shit. The damage you inflict on the ghost goes up as you accumulate more power in the camera. While you have the ghost in your viewfinder and the circle glows, take a shot. You can do heavy damage. Oh, fuck. Oh! Get away from me! Oh my god. Oh my god.
これで霊が封印できた。このカメラは遮影機といって見えないものを映し取る力がある。この機械に霊を封印する力があると知ったのはある事件がきっかけだった。
Oh my god. There's a padlock on the door. Oh, man. I don't feel anybody's presence behind the sliding screen. That's good. Why would you say that? It's also real weird to... Holy fuck. How do I see that? I can't. Hold on. I can't. No. Oh no. Oh my god, that's so fucking scary. Holy shit. Hold on. How long is this game? How long is this game? Fatal frame. 7 to 10 hours. No, you can't see it, but I'm flapping my hands around. Stimming. Oh god. What? I can't. Oh. Holy shit, dude. Maybe we do something else, actually. Maybe we give that one a try a different day. Oh my god. Oh, okay, I expected it to be scary. I didn't expect it to be... There's just something about it that's really creeping me out. And you're probably watching this like nothing happened. Literally nothing has happened. It's too tense. I don't... I don't know. I don't know. I don't wanna. I don't know. I don't wanna. I don't know. I don't wanna. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, dude. Why? Ah! That shit is scary! Okay, maybe we do. What else could we do? Okay, calendar. Oh my god. What if we read what if we read a Warrior Cats book instead? What if we did that? What if we did that instead? Holy shit, dude. My heart felt like it was gonna beat out of my chest. I got one gameplay moment. I got one primary gameplay loop moment, and I was like, that might be enough for me. That might be too much for me. Holy shit. Who thought that was a good idea? Who? Because it's old, because it's the PS2, it's even scarier, because they intentionally made the sound and the lighting even more with the graphics. There's something about older graphics that I think really enhances the horror in some weird way, but oh my god, what the fuck was that? Okay. Never mind. Never mind. That might be one we gotta play with a friend. Holy sh... I don't know if I can make it through that on my own by myself. Hold on, BRB deleting the Fatal Frame playlist? That's not gonna happen. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. Nada. No. No, and instead I will be making a different thumbnail. Hold on. Thumbnail making extraordinaire. We'll do it in like 2 sec. Ashes. Hold on, we gotta let the cat out. Ashes. You went outside. Oh man. That was too much. Okay. I'm gonna bring it right back. I gotta. Well, no. Oh, wait a second. Let me make this first. Okay, new file. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. There's just no way that that's happening. Let me make this thumbnail real quick. We'll put myself in here. We'll make the background white because that's fun. We're just gonna make it say thumbnail. Never. No way. Let me change this. Let me change this. I got scared, so we're doing something else. Okay, there we go. Too much, too much. Okay, I'm gonna go to the break screen for a second. And I'll be right back. I gotta fill up my water bottle. And calm down. Getting some water. Oh my god. Holy shit, that game is scary. Whew. Alright, I'm back. We had to get... I realized, you know what? I played 5 horror games in my life. In the last 3 of them this year. And I thought I knew horror, you know? I thought I knew horror video games. But it turns out, I think I'm on level 1 horror. And Fatal Frame might be level 100 horror. And I think I might have to work my way up to that. I don't think that's when you just jump in. I think I have to get accustomed a little bit more. Holy shit. No. That's too much. That's too freaky. Absolutely not. And like in a vacuum, if I just described to you what I just experienced, it wasn't that scary. And lots of things have done those like exact things and techniques before, but like, oh my god. The atmosphere is too much for me. Maybe I gotta not play it with my headphones on. Holy cow, that was a lot. Okay, so instead, I think maybe we could play... let's play a little game. That I think we can do... how do I... Let me get it all set up. I gotta open up... itch.io. And then also, for some reason, it doesn't work on mine. Doesn't work on my thing. So why don't we go ahead and see if I can't find this. And we're gonna play a different game instead. We're gonna play a little short game instead. Just download it for PC. Sure, that's totally fine. That totally works. It was installed, yippee! Okay, let's play this instead. Let's play this instead. Okay, this is an itch.io game called Formless Star. It is... Discord just took over my screen. Hold on a second. It is a short 1 to 2 hour game that I've been looking at recently. I wonder if this is scary too. I don't know. Get all the Fatal Frame bullshit off of my screen. Thank you. We're gonna be playing this game called Formless Star. I first heard about it a couple of weeks ago from maybe last month from watching somebody else's stream. They mentioned it. They weren't playing it or anything, but they mentioned it. And I figured it's a nice short little thing I wanted to play at some point. I was going to play it for a Sloppy Sunday, but I didn't get to last week, and we don't have one this week. So... and also I just got really, really scared by playing Fatal Frame, so we're going to do this instead, because this is less scary. Maybe. It might be less scary. Incoming video call. Windmill and Nemo, Vane and Turbine. Hello? Do you read me? Ah. This is Chief Researcher Windmill speaking. Thank you for taking on our request. I'm sending you to the coordinates now. Prepare for spaceflight. Oh, that's us. That's us. For real. Ah, anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. Your mission is to collect data on the planet called the Formless Star. How did it get such a name? I like the presentation already. Well, it's called formless because the landscape constantly changes.
As a result, we at the Space Archives are sick of keeping track of it. To be frank, I'd really love nothing more than to file it away and forget about it forever. However, that isn't allowed. Everyone agrees, though, that having to update it constantly is annoying. So we're gonna simplify our records and just kinda get the gist of it. So your task is as follows. Check out the animals that live there and gather data on them.
Find the animals.
There's around 60 kinds of animal. Just find as many as you can. Around half should be good enough for the archives. If you succeed, hopefully my inbox will finally stop being inundated by complaints from the cartography department. Well, anyway, that is all. Good luck to you.
Okay, cool. Good luck to me.
Yippee!
Alright, we've made it to the Formless Star. Oh, so pretty. Is this like a real mold that they scanned in? Because it kind of looks like it.
Wow, we've entered the atmosphere. I wonder what we'll find down there. Well, if you'd stop gawking out the window and start preparing the landing sequence, we could find out. Oh, sorry. I'm just excited is all. Oh, how I hate space travel. I really need to get out and stretch my legs. I feel exactly the same way. I can't wait to get out and explore. Oh, and Nemo. I've been so caught up in my anticipation that I forgot to talk to you for the past few hours. How's it going? How are you feeling about our mission?
Excited? No idea what we're doing, a bit nervous.
I'm feeling excited. Me too. I can't wait to see what lives here. They say if you love your job, you'll never work a day in your life. It seems I may be the only worker here. Anyway, Vane, how are things looking outside? Weather conditions good. Atmosphere breathable. Condition green. We're all good to land.
We're landing. This is more my speed. Fatal Frame was freaking me out. I only played it for 20 minutes. Ugh.
We've landed on the Formless Star, and quite smoothly thanks to me. Okay, let's go. Well, let's get on with it. Let's. See you around, Nemo. Good luck.
Oh shit, it's just me? Oh. How do I play the game? Oh, arrow keys. Got it. Vane's piloting cockpit. It looks complicated, so I won't touch anything. A navigation globe placed in the middle of the floor where it would be easy to trip over or break. Oh, we can see crew info. And Nemo. Age 25, favorite food, apple crumble. The newest field researcher of the Space Archives. They grew up on planet Helix and used to be a turnip farmer. Vane, 27, favorite food, pepperoni. The pilot at the ship, his sweet and curious nature can make him seem a bit childish. He's married. Whoa, shout out Vane. Turbine, age 34, favorite food, katsudon. She handles data entry and mechanical repair. Her sardonic nature can make her come off as somewhat indifferent. Chief researcher of Windmill, age 48. Favorite food, prawn and couscous salad. Head of the department, they are constantly stressed from trying to keep the debt collectors off their book. Fandroid, age 12. Favorite food, paper. An early model robot, not good for much beyond simple tasks, and even then it is prone to slacking off. Spaceship Bossa Nova 07. The trusty spaceship of the Space Archives exploration team. It's an old ship, but why upgrade it if what you have works just fine? We'll keep the data. Oh, and you walk. Oh, that's so cute. We have none animals. Can I call HQ just for funsies?
Hello? Oh, Nemo. I don't see anyone outside right now. Please come over to pick up the... Oh, I mistook you for someone else. Let's see, a Nemo. Oh, right, you're with the Formless Star expedition, yes? Forgive me, I'm under a lot of stress right now. I'm thankful for your work. So, you've currently found 0 animals. Oh, that's none. That's no animals whatsoever. You only just got there? Well, it's nice to know you landed safely, I suppose. Hopefully next time you call me, you'll have a bit more to report. Goodbye.
Damn, they hate me. They hate me. Fandroid currently in sleep mode. Okay. Welcome to Formless Star. Each time you step out from the spaceship, the landscape will change and make a new world to explore. Cool. There are many animals to discover, but not all of them will appear at once. Try creating a new world. Using either enter space or control, you can smash objects if they are in your way or place bridges to cross over water. You can make as many as you like. You can use your main menu with escape or alt to check what animals you found or teleport back to the ship. Every time you find an animal, your progress will be saved, so don't worry if you need to take a break. Okay, that's all. Have fun. Oh. Oh. Whoa. What is this? New animal! A tree. Because this animal resembles a tree with 100% accuracy, it is very rarely noticed. Holding a conversation makes it ill. It's just like me for real. Oh, it's so wiggly. There's one up here. What are you? What are you? Oops. A new anima. A planetum. Though it is only a larval form, it spends most of its life like this. The sight of its adult stage is said to be a symbol of new life. Whoa! Oh, I see something moving up here. What are you? A little radish thing. A sprout bug. Though it possesses strong digging claws, it gets all of the nutrients it needs via photosynthesis. It simply digs up and destroys roots and tubers for fun. No! I'm a tuber! Different kind of tuber, probably. Oh, cute! What is it? Oh my god. Look at this thing's face. It's so... Ramp Up, a ramp-type creature. It doesn't do much for its whole life, but its very existence helps other animals get up to high places. Aww. I want to get up to high places. Teleflora, a creature that evolved the ability to communicate with flowers. Its diet consists of flowers that it doesn't like. Damn. Oh, it can talk to me? Hello? Hello? Aww. 27? That's almost like 6'7". Sprinklon. As it walks around, the sound of sloshing water can be heard inside. Whenever it cries, flowers bloom from the ground. Oh, they really do! They really do bloom from the ground! Oh, it's so cute. What are these? They look like buildings. Building creatures. Townite. Though there may seem to be 4 distinct varieties of Townite, these are actually all appendages of a singular unseen creature sticking up from under the ground. Have you ever lived? It's alive, especially here. Have you ever been in a more town than anything? The fewer is less. What? What are you talking about? What are you saying to me?
Oh, if it isn't a Nemo, I hope you're having a better time on this planet than I am. The ground has a sort of mushy texture I find deeply unpleasant to walk on. My feet are already aching. Furthermore, the animals we're tasked with cataloging irritate and disturb me. I hope this won't take long. I know it might seem like I complain a lot, but it's only because we keep getting assigned crappy missions. Do you think if our kind needed more than just mere wind to subsist, they'd be a little more considerate as to where we're sent? Well, anyway, let's try and make the most of it. See you around.
Oh, is that why everybody has wind, like, turbines on their head? I wondered why windmill only had a windmill on their head. It makes so much sense now. Oh, what is this? Oh, hello, carrot creature. Sprout bug. Oh, what is that? Oh no, it's gonna lick me. A tongue-ator. A tongator. I'm gonna call it a tongator. Though the only sense it possesses is taste, it's so advanced that it has developed taste-based sight and hearing. Whoa. Ooh, it likes slime. It likes slime. A sweet stack. Precarious creature. If the segments of its body were to be detached from each other, it will become so anxious that it will die. I think that is true for me as well. I think I would also become so anxious I would die. Aw, so cute. Slurpiptera. A Slurpiptera. A Slurpiptera. Using its long proboscis, it drinks its body weight in fruit juice every day. It loves to have a little sip of everything. No, don't sip me, don't sip me. No, I'm getting sipped. Where are you taking me? Oh, thanks for the ride. Watermelon with legs and eyes. That was kind of creepy. Melon hopper feeds on the concept of taste. It has an absorbent body that draws out the flavor of food until it becomes completely bland. Off it goes. Spoon creature. We're in the food-related area. The scoop! The nutrients of food that rest on its concave face are slowly absorbed into its skin. Petting it can wither you away. Oh no, don't touch it. Oh, yummy. Oh, and then it flings it. Oh, so cool. Wait, cute. There has to be water creatures, right? I'm going into the ocean. My endless bridge. Okay, maybe there's an end. Maybe there is an end. Where are we going? Oh no, I can't go out that way. Whoa. Okay, so there is an edge that I can't go past. But that is cool. Oh! What are you? An outlet dragon? Hello? Hello, creature. A Sockatan. A little dragon made of iron. It stomps around boisterously and shoots out electric beams for fun. Aw, it likes me. It likes me. Oh.
Oh, and Nemo, hiya. I'm really glad we found each other. This planet is amazing, isn't it? It feels like whatever I dreamed could exist here. There's many animals here and all sorts of things. I hope I get to see as much as I can. To think a little guy like me would get to see so many wonderful places. It makes me hope I'll never die. Well, let's go and explore. Good luck, Nemo.
What are you? This one has a red base, an orrery. Though it claims the reason for its ring-shaped body is to represent the flow of time in the sectors of the universe, the real reason is simply that it's its favorite shape. Aww.
Whee!
Where the hell did it send me? Well, I guess I'm over here now. The orrery sent me across the planet. A papillopter. Every 10 years, all papillopters will gather and fly off to the sky. When they return, their population will have doubled. Whoa. Freaky. I guess it's mating season. Off you go. Off you go. Gorolwis. A Gorolwis hangs out by the coast. Its constantly damp body festers with the smell of decomposing flesh. Trying that again. Hangs out by the coast. Its constantly damp body festers with the smell of decomposing flesh. Has an overwhelming, friendly demeanor. It is friendly. Oh, and it's so stinky. Friendly and stinky. Can't blame him for that. A Cule mole. Its body is made of enlarged atoms. When it gets interested in a subject, it studies it endlessly until it finds something else to learn about. Autistic molecule mole. Oh, instead of molecule, it's culamole. A pickler. Sneaky creature that steals various berries and vegetables and stores them inside of its large, hollow body. Becomes volatile as it ferments. It's gonna explode? Oh! It could just shoot its face into the ether. Interesting. Wow, you're just sticking it up out here, huh? Where am I? Why does this guy look so scared? What are you? A float bowler. It seems very uncomfortable in its hot environment. Though it could simply walk elsewhere, it constantly forgets to do this. It's just like me for real. Oh. This game is a vibe. Souther. It spends all day basking in the geomagnetic field of the South Pole. Though it keeps getting stronger and more braver every day, it is content. Oh, so this is the South Pole? Okay. Oh, I made it to Legoland. They all have the same face. They all have Vane's face. A graphmite. Oh, so cute. A graphmite. It skitters around making doodles on the ground wherever it goes. It wants to let everyone know one thing. I was here. Aww. Aww. What is this tall thing? Like the, it looks like those duck toys. A bip beak. Prey that has stood exactly 5 meters away will be speared before the brain has time to register pain. If it misses, it can't get back up. Oh no. Oh no. Cute. What happens if I smash these all down? Is that a number 3 with an eye looking at me? Hold on, I want to see if anything happens. Oh no, this area goes on for a while. Well, maybe we'll see in a minute. A 3-man. The body of this mathematics-obsessed creature takes the form of the highest number it knows. It reproduces upon learning 10. Oh, so it could be... What the hell did it just do to me? Oh, it separated me. Whoa. Cool. Very cool. I don't know if this does anything, but I am feeling very satisfied for making these go into the ground. There's so many. You May Nikki vibes. Another game I have not played. Yo, what the hell is that? What are you? Also, hello. All in all, obstruction elemental that loves to impede progress. However, can only move along the x-axis. Getting in the way is my way. Whoa. No! Oh, beat my ass. The all in all is a beat my ass. I have to see what's going on with these boy-girl creatures. It's a boy! Whoa. Whoa. It's a girl! Let's leave those two alone, I think. What the heck? What? Cassini. His body is composed of a super compressed gas that smells of damp wood. It wants to show off. Show off, show off! Whoa! So cool. A porphyr. A common sponge-like animal frequently seen gathered on the sand. A distinctly unopinionated being that simply absorbs the ideas of others. Oh my god, I know about 330 billion people just like that. Oh, they change. Whoa. Cool. My bridge placement is horrendous. It's a good thing I'm not a bridge maker. Okay, that is the end of the world. What if we went down this way? It might also be the end of the world. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's probably the end of the world. Oh no, there's something here. What are you? A a little strip of land with nothing on it. That brings me back to here. Okay. Are you guys playing dice? Guess not. Oh. Alright, I guess let's go back to the ship and generate a new world. We can generate a new world. Oh, hello.
Greetings, I am Space Archives Autonomous Unit 079. Just call me Fandroid.
Is that a Gundam reference?
I keep the ship nice and tidy while you're having fun on your adventures. I can't do much else here. You see, the unpredictable nature of this planet means my memory banks could get overloaded, or I could get lost, or both. None of that worries me at all, but I am worth quite a bit of money, so I have to sit this one out.
Let's contact HQ.
Hello? Oh, Anemo. Have you made contact with the two men of the planet Pipe yet? Oh, that's nothing to do with you. Let's see, Anemo. Oh, right, you're with the Formless Star expedition, yeah? Forgive me, I'm under a lot of stress right now. I'm thankful for your work. So, you've currently found 28 animals. Oh, you've already found around a third of all the animals. Great, you're doing a good job. Glad to see you doing well. Goodbye.
Alright, damn. You don't even fuck with me for real. New world! Let's see what we can find now. Whoa, what other creatures are out and about? Have you ever looked into a house so much that you saw it? What? Huh? The light horse stands at the coastline to act as a beacon. However, it has difficulty discerning a puddle from an ocean. Said to be proud of its red stripes. Aww. Cute. Lesbians. Whoa. There's a lot going on. What are you? You're new. Shatterhound. Though it would only take one impact to destroy it completely, Shatterhound is not deterred from living its dream. Its dream is to bark and chase. Chase me, chase me! The world is pink now. Did you guys do that? What happened? What happened? A Sud Sprite, constantly dazzled by the iridescent colors running down its soap bubble. It floats around carefree in a sensory world of its own. Oh, it doubled. It was trying to obstruct me. The all-in-all was trying to obstruct me. Alright, let's go this way. This is fun. It's very cute and very interesting. Let's connect all these places, I guess. Okay, we already saw the bug. It is hard to see. Oh my god. More Yuri. Formless Star Yuri. The hell? A new animal. A pen pee. A jolly and friendly creature that holds a little star atop its stalk. If the star is removed, its personality becomes rather brusque. Oh, don't take that off. I don't want you to be mean. Yo, this thing is dancing down here. What are you? A frost dancer. Some have theorized that the frost dancer dances to regulate its heartbeat, or that it's a simple response to wind. Frost dancer dances because it's fun. I'm with you, frost dancer. Somebody get out the water gay. Break it out. I don't know how to do water gay, so I'm not gonna do it, but... Hell yeah! Woo! Frost dancer! Frost dancer! Go, go! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. A snow mite. Its true body is little more than sticks and a carrot-shaped proboscis. Snow mites who have accumulated a lot of snow are seen as desirable. Oh. Desirable snow mite. I don't really know what I'm doing or where I'm going, but that music is funky. And I think that's really all that matters at the end of the day. Foursquare. We could have a mean game of Foursquare on this thing. I call stars. You can get glimmer. Somebody else can have sand and rock. Hello? Hello? A glacier. As it only moves 1 meter per year, it is forced to stare at whatever it's going for a very long time. At wherever it's going for a very long time. It feels a desperate, silent anger. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. No! I got zapped. Off I go. You know what? I can't even blame you. I would also be seething with anger. If I had places to be. And could only move a meter a year. I don't know where I'm going here. Oh, hi, Ashes. Let's go over here. If someday I'll make my way to some place. Hold on, we have to connect to this, right? Come on. Are you the North Pole or are you another South Polar? You must be the South Polar. I think I might be... Whoa. I'm gonna go up. What's up here? A fruit land. My home. It's so jelly-like in here. Pudding! Pudding! A wibble. 2 wibbles are always stacked atop one another because it's more fun that way. Evolved from a kind of yellow mold. Yummy! Yellow mold! And they always have a little buddy. Aww. Hello? What are you? A sorbet. Celebration, let's party and play. This jubilant being is made up of 3 minds. When all 3 are very excited, it explodes spectacularly. Oh no! Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Beautiful. You are dead though, I think. I think that means you are dead. Wow. Okay, I think I was here already. Yes. I definitely was. I think the ship is actually not that far from here. But... oh yeah, it's right here. Hello, ship. Hello, ship. Even though I am a robot and they could have built me to look like anything, I am just a little thing. Cool. Sorry about that.
Hello, I hope your mission is going well. I've enabled the launch feature on your ship. You can access it via this computer. When you've seen enough, you can select it to see the ending. You know, the end of your mission? What I mean is to say, we'll let you and your crewmates come home. Sorry for my awkward behavior before. I hope to see you back here at the Space Archives.
Okay, we don't... I don't know if we want to. I've only got... there's so much more to see. I want to see more animals. Show me the animals. Show me the moles. I don't really know why the world is pink. I think the Shatterhound really fucked me up. Maybe this orrery can send me some more fun. Oh, what is that? Hello. Joe 219. It evolved from old radio equipment. By tuning into a certain frequency when nearby, you can hear a list of vitamins it has a deficiency in. Lay it on me, Joe. It's deficient in the water vitamin. Good to know. What is this? What is happening here? Capsule Walker, a hollow being that transports items from point A to point over there. It becomes very attached to any item stored in it and may refuse to let go. Whoa. Capsule Walker Jr. Despite the name, these creatures have no relation to the Capsule Walker, and in fact are following it around seeking to steal its precious items. Parasites! Oh my god, it killed him. Oh, they're fine. They're fine. They're fine, actually. Wow. These things flying around? Tracy. Its body does not respond to injuries. If you try to touch its strings, it becomes unrelentingly violent until it decides you've learned your lesson. Don't touch. It might kill me. Oh! Scary. That's scary. Touch its strings, touch its strings. I want to see it be violent. Oh, nice performance. Now kill me. Okay, never mind, I guess. Never mind, I guess. Hello? Graphmite! Yahoo! Yay! Real shit. Going up. There we go. Oh wait, that's the ship. Going somewhere else then, I guess. Oh! It's so fun seeing a new creature in this game. It's like, what could that do? What is that? Sylvia, a creature that evolved from a crashed spacecraft. The crash happened so long ago, it has mostly forgotten it. Hello, Anemo. I'm a helpful animal. Talk to me again and I'll take you around on my back. Oh shit. Anemo, you're so cool. Or Sylvia. Farewell, Anemo. I wish you good luck. Oh, I thought you would stay around. That's fine, I guess. Intaker. It feeds on toxins and emits a pleasant grape aroma. Personality-wise, it's not a lot to write home about. Wow. Toxic and not a lot to write home about. Where have I heard that before? Oh no, I'm stuck. The obstructor. What is happening here? A solar dream bird, said to be the result of a distant god mastering the creation of life. When it's nearby, you may be struck by vivid daydreams. It didn't give me any daydreams. A lunar dream bird, said to be a gift to the Formless Star from a distant lonely god. Falling asleep with it nearby is said to grant beautiful dreams. Whoa. Oh! What if it is the distant god? New animal, question mark?
Oh, Anemo, is that you? Why aren't you using the computer to contact me? Well, honestly, I'm glad. I prefer voice only to all this video stuff everyone wants us to see. So anyway, you found a pair of animals that can combine into one? That's interesting. So, you want to know how many animals that counts as? Well, on one hand, if we thought of the resulting fusion as its true form, we'd consider it a single species and subtract 1 from your total count. But on the other hand, we could think of each form as its own unique entity, totaling 3 and giving you an additional count. Well, it's gonna go down the middle and say that overall the Dreambird collection counts as just 2 creatures. This one's will be designated as animal number 33.5. However, I have no time for decimals and my pessimistic nature means that I usually round down. That is to say, in the end, the fusion, beautiful it may be, doesn't count as a real animal. Sorry.
Being forced to use video calls is so real, I know. Why do you think I've been a PNG for the last month? This is like a video call.
Thank you for calling me to clarify this edge case, though, Anemo. You're an honest worker. Okay, well, back to work.
Eclipse Dreambird. When two Dreambirds fuse, a miracle happens somewhere in the galaxy. When it's nearby, you may be struck by overwhelming visions of the cosmos. Oh! I'm about to get visions, huh? Whoa. You can't even go anywhere. Whoa. Cool ass birds. I wonder if I can get all 60. We already have 45, right? Oh, I'm going out into the nothingness. Although there is a piece of land over here somewhere. Is there anything cool on it? Oh, it's stranded here. Aw, little buddy, you'll be okay. All right, let's go back to the ship. Sylvia! She likes to hang out. Are you cleaning?
No matter how much I scrub away, you'll soon make it a mess again.
Thank you. Oh, a ladder? That's new. Oh! A play brick hooked up to a TV. A game called Moppy's Treat is being left idling in order to harvest corn. What? A cumbersome plush of something that was won for Vane at a carnival. Some cute photos of Vane and his husband, Pinwheel. Aww. A cozy hammock. Above it are 2 clocks showing the local time and the time back home. Aww. Vane and his husband, Pinwheel. A beautiful, shapely fan. A plant that has been trimmed at the top. A futon. The mattress is very firm and feels like it would hurt your back to sleep on. An expensive portable record player. Turbine spares no expense for sound quality. Whoa! Some of Turbine's favorite albums are displayed here. This must be my room. Anemo's diary. They're not going to read it for right now because UD player can see it. Aw. A tiny apple tree. Using these we could bake barely any cider at all. CP. CP Anemo. A pair of cute plants and some stringed up lights are hanging here, not causing any problems. A shelf with some really amazing things on. These plants are just babies, let them rest. The Dragon Quest hero. I guess. Ashes, can you get out of the way?
Get out of the way!
She didn't like that. She didn't. Well, maybe because I also grabbed her head. She didn't like any of that. Hi, Sylvia. Let's fly around. See if we see any new creatures. So cool. This game is cool, very chill, very vibey, very artistic. It's got some personality for sure. Oh no, my dream birds. New creatures. New creatoras. Where are you? I think I've seen all of these. Hello, Turbine. I think the socket dragon, I forget what it's called, is pretty up there. I like that one. Hello? What are you? Heavy Mac. Industrial machine type animal. It weighs well over 100 tons. Contains a weapon called the Millennium's End Beam, just in case. Hey! Preparing to fire Millennium's End Beam. Oh, it kind of said it. Just in case, huh? Well, somebody died out there. Some planet exploded. Wow. Cool. Cool. Becky, animal made of bits of scrap and junk. Seawater gradually causes its body to rust away to nothing, and its disembodied mind wanders the ocean. That's incredibly depressing. That's really, really sad. Damn, Becky. Oh, hello. Oh, you're kind of doing Wotage. Kind of. A Norther. Standing at the northernmost point of the world, it gains strength from the magnetic pole. Has big ideas well above its station. I love that for you, Norther. Aww. Good job, buddy. I don't really know where I'm going. I guess there's a map. I always find myself at like the furthest corner instead of like somewhere where I can go to other places. How many animals do we need? We need 61. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We need 13 animals? That's like no animals. We can totally find 13 animals, right? Hello, Turbine.
I don't know what to make of Shakotin. It looks like an arts and crafts project made of old toasters.
But I like it. It's so cute. And it only kills me a little bit. It only ends my life just a teensy bit. This game is definitely a vibe. Cute. I don't think we saw anything new on the way from the ship, right? So maybe the bottom half of the world has something new. Or maybe we just teleport somewhere. Actually, you know what? Teleport to the ship. Oh, Sylvia. What is this? It's like a water texture, but it's on the grass. Interesting. Okay, we're dead set in the middle, so let's go this way. Let's go right and then down, I guess. See if there's anything cool over here. Is that a creature? I guess we'll find out. Oh. That's horrifying. S&P. Get it? An animal consisting of two parts. The yellow part is named Salt, and the orange part is named Pepper. That's terrifying. Are you good? I think it's dead. I think it might be dead. It is not moving. Huh. That was terrifying. What are you? Mr. Soot, when they're born, they burst into flames and spend the rest of their lives charred. They're making the most of it. 11 more. Oh. Well. I guess they can also do that. I guess let's go on this bottom area, and then we'll see if there's nothing else new here. We'll just, start over, I guess. This game is a vibe. It's definitely a vibe. Where are my creatures? Where are my creatures? Creature! Cones. A serpentine creature. It pokes up from underground near pine trees for camouflage. A sweet-natured being. Oh, so tall. So tall, so many legs. So tall, such leg.
Oh, look at Frost Dancer go. They're so energetic, it makes me want to join in.
Whoa, just hitting the one make them all go up? That's interesting. Do you spy with your little eyes a new creature? I don't think so. I think this is the creatures. We have 10 more creatures. Let's generate another one. All right, Sylvia. Let's go for a ride. I guess let's start by going just up. Let's just go up and see what's going on up here. Genuinely nothing. Oh, hello. There is something here that is new. Interesting. A doe star. If you were to cut a doe star in half laterally, you'd find its facial features go all the way through. There's no limit to how long it grows. Oh. I think it's funnier if it's like that. We'll just leave it like that. That's fine. Hello, creatures. Creatures. I keep trying to press M to see the map, but I gotta open the whole menu. It's a good thing I have unlimited bridges. Otherwise, we'd be in a little bit of a pickle here. Oh, hello there. Oh, hello. Look, I'm really sorry about this. See, I'm not one of the animals that you're looking for at all. I'm not supposed to be here, am I? Yeah, just because I'm Prisman. I just appear in places sometimes. I'm distracting you from your work by continuing to talk to you, aren't I? That's a shame. Actually, I retract my earlier apology. I don't feel bad about any of this. You were disappointed I'm not one of the animals you're looking for? Well, whatever. Not my problem. You don't have anything in common with me. We live completely separate lives. What you do doesn't matter to me. Not one bit. I don't care about you. Prisman, are you soon to write? Whether you finish your job or not is as important to me as my birthday. And I was never born. Still, I'm making a lot of fuss over this for something I'm supposedly not interested in. So, I'm going to leave now. You'll never see me ever again. Get bent. Or something. Wow! Prisman's an asshole. What the hell? Alright. That was, rude. Rude-ass Prisman. I really... Walking on the jello, kind of, or the fruit tiles, it's very, like... It's mushy. It's definitely mushy. It's a lot of creatures. It's a lot of creatures that I've already encountered. Damn, I can't believe Prisman did me like that. So rude. Whoa, hello. We almost have 100% creature. Fusion dragon. Each of this creature's heads has its own circulatory system based around hot and cold water respectively. What did I miss? I played Fatal Frame for about not even half an hour. And it was scary. So I started playing this. And we're almost done with this. And then after this, I'll probably do something else also. This is a Formless Star, by the way, and it has been very fun. You just missed an encounter with a random asshole named Prisman, who I've decided was not being tsundere and actually hates me. This looks cute. It's very cute. You want to see something neat?
You, I can dancing again.
You go, Frost Dancer, you go. Tiger Fire Wiper or whatever.
It seems that Pimpy holds the little star it carries in high regard. A rather materialistic creature.
That's Turbine. She's well, she's like that. We got one tile just chilling out in the middle of the ocean. No, yeah, Fatal Frame gave me goosebumps. I said this earlier, but I think... I think right now I'm at like level 1 horror. And I need to work my way up to whatever level of horror that shit is, because that was fucking scary. And I didn't even do anything yet. I got you. I have to watch those 30 minutes. It's just me getting scared. Fuck! I said that a couple times, I remember. A pond scar, the fastest animal on Formless Star. It zooms around from place to place with no real trajectory or purpose. It has nothing to prove. Alright, we got 7 more creatures to find. Whoa, sick. That was sick. Oh, hi, Becky. Sorry that happened to you, Becky. Okay, I'm at the top, so let's go left. Wait, did we start at the top? She's dying in a puddle? Well, she can't move anyway. It's not like she could get out if she was in the ocean. I hate you. Obstructor. Okay, I was already here. I know I was already here because I made this guy big. So that must be the map. That must be the map. Alright, Sylvia. Hi, Nemo. We've been flying around together a lot recently, haven't we? I really appreciate it. Let's have a nice flight. Alright. There's only 7 creatures left. How hard to find could they be? Oh, damn. Hello, Turbine. I'm not stopping for you. It's my first time here. Is this romantic? Are we having a romantic moment here? Fridge! Hearts! Oh, damn. Are we having a Are we starting a romance with the spaceship creature? Alright, whatever. There's kind of a groove. White box. It comes off as something of a craven, untrusting creature. However, the unseen being inside this box is simply enjoying a feast. Milk! Let me have it, let me have it. I need the milkies. And Nemo needs their milkies. What's in the box, Soul? I guess milk, although now it looks inappropriate on the, chilling on the ground. Hello. I love that it has a voice line, it's so good. You can hear it say hello. Hello, Frost Dancer. Oh, hello. You're new. Alien. A mysterious creature that comes from outer space. It arrived on the Formless Star to invade, however, it is very shy. Aww. Goodbye, alien. So we could have had we could have ended the game at 30 of the creatures. It gave us the option to view the ending. Or an ending, I guess. Oh, what is that? But I said no. Let us find every creature. That is somebody in a costume, for sure. A blanket. A mysterious taciturn creature that lives within a beloved old plush toy. Though the plush is in a poor state, it refuses any attempts at repair. Aww. Oh, big stretch. Cute. We gotta outrun this guy. Okay, here we go. Oh, the orreries are in love. What that mouth do? We've seen what that mouth do. Hello, Turbine.
Oh, good evening, Nemo. What a magnificent planet we find ourselves on, don't you agree? There's a creature on here called the Yazabi, and oh boy, let me tell you, it's the best one. Maybe the best possible thing that could ever exist. You agree with me, right? You agree, you agree, you agree?
Well, I found the Yazabi. Because I knew Turbine was in the north, because I saw the Turbine. A shapeshifter who loves pranks. Having no political thoughts of their own, they're considering getting into mercenary work. Wow. Real shit. Huh? Wow. What a creature. I'd hate to run up on one of those. Actually, I think the S&P is the one I'd like to run up on the least, because that was horrifying. Oh, well, I say that, and here it is. You guys want to see something cool? Yummy! Salt and pepper. Yeah, that's what the S&P stands for. Yikes. Ah. I guess let's go up. What about the machine that decided to destroy a planet just because? That one's also scary, but it's cool. It's a cool scary. Thinking about it, we've never hung out outside of work, have we? I must introduce you to my husband. I feel like you guys would have like a lot of sunshine and energy, and I'm kind of like a more of a I want to take a nap at all times kind of person. I don't know. This island is fucking... Get me out of here. There's too many dough stars. Okay, there's just like 3 or 4 more, right? We might have to reset, but if we could find like 1 more. There it is. Dice monster. Or dice creature, I guess. They're not monsters, they're creatures. New animal. Lucky. Appears if it feels luck in the air. Has a compulsive all or nothing personality that leads it to making bad life decisions. Hey! That sounds just like me. 2 more. D6 creature. 3. Five. What happens when I roll the 1? Or a 6? What is the goal of this game? The goal is to document all of the creatures on this Formless Star that resets itself every time you, go on it. Nice! I got a 6, and it said lucky. I don't know if you heard that. It said lucky. Right now we have 2 creatures to find. Thank God I'm only 1 tile big. That would have speared me. Okay, we have 2 more creatures. I just destroyed that tree for no reason. Hello, fridge. Oh, you took my bridge, fridge. That's cool. Send me somewhere, orrery. I think I've been here before. I think I've been here. I think I've been here. Sylvia, are you around? I think we've been... Yes. Alright.
Hello, Anemo.
Hello, Anemo. Would you like me to tell you about all the chores I half-asked today? I actually would. I forgot what robot voice I was doing. Let's go, Sylvia. Get your groove on.
Sylvia's the one who can take me all across the land, over metal and jelly and toy and heat, snow and sand. Sylvia, I love them. They're the
Oh, that's the...
shot in both hemispheres and the equator.
Okay, I kind of wasted Sylvia, but guess what? You have to see this. Every time we find one of these, we have to watch that happen. We have to see them destroy each other from the inside out. Absolutely horrifying. Alright, well, kind of a waste of a Sylvia. We got the whole town. Well, we got 3 out of 4 town. Have you ever lived? It's alive, especially here. Welcome to town. The town. Welcome to town. The town. The creatures in this game are very cute, but... where are you, final creature? Final creatures. I only need 2 more. Where are you? Send me somewhere, please. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, it sent me right to a Becky. Cool. Oh, 2 Beckys. Let's look at the map. Okay, we're over here. Where could I possibly go to see these last 2? Oh, hello. Let's hope this is the real turbine and not the creepy creature.
Sylvia seems like the type who rushes into relationships and ends up heartbroken. Sorry, I was thinking out loud.
Hey! That's my Sylvia. You leave her alone. Let's look at the map. I guess west. We haven't gone this way.
Sylvia's the one who can take me all across the land.
There's just an alien.
Sylvia, I love them. They're the ride that I adore. Shot in both hemispheres and the equator.
I guess we just fly around until we see something.
I'm so glad they exist.
Nope, I know what you guys are.
I get lost when
There's no hint system? There are hints, but I haven't used a single one.
Sylvia, without you, this world wouldn't be complete.
Because I'm kind of vibing. But now maybe since it's the last 2, maybe we should use them so we don't have to do this forever. But like, we could stumble across them, I think.
Sylvia's the one who can take me all across the land, over metal and jelly and toy and...
Oh, hello. I do not feel like doing anything at the moment. Let's get the hint. Deep within the ocean, and appears after all the other ones are found. So we have to go to the ocean. We have to go deep within the ocean. And how do we do that?
Sylvia's the one who can take me all across the land, over metal and jelly and toy and heat, snow and sand. Sylvia, I love them. They're the
Oh, hello. Oh, I have to build a bridge to this thing. Okay, I found it. Whoa. New animal. Aorton. Their bodies extend below the ocean surface for hundreds of meters. If you try and dive to see their body, they will entangle you. Oh. I'm gonna leave you alone, I think. I think we leave that one alone. Oh! Hello? Oh, good morning. So you found all 60 animals. That's amazing. You did such a good job. However, there's one other creature remaining on this planet. It's me! I also found a couple things that weren't animals, like fucking asshole prismen. Shape. A being made of a kind of space putty. She was once much larger. She was once much larger, but used her body mass to sculpt the Formless Star and all the animals that live on it. Oh, she created those planet Owugo, respectfully. Yes, everything I just said was true, though I don't know how I feel about being called an animal. I created this planet and the animals that live here. You must be wondering why. Well, it's simply because if I didn't make it, it wouldn't exist. And I wanted it to exist. I struggled to stay on one idea for a long time. I always want to stop and start new things. And so the planet itself changes with my whims. I never imagined I'd have an audience. I was quite content for me and my world to float through the stars forever unseen. After all, so long as I can make things that I myself enjoy, that'd be fine, right? If nobody can see anything I do, I don't really have to worry about any of it being good or bad. Still, I did always hope that maybe someone would find me out here. What if there's people out there in the universe who would really love my planet? Even if there's only one person, I think it's worth it in the end. The truth is, I did make this world for my own fun, but I always wanted to connect with others too. So I'm really very glad you came all this way to see my little formless star. Even if you thought every moment you spent here sucked ass, I'm thankful that you stuck with it to the end. A few years from now, you might have forgotten all about this, your memory like the shifting surface of the planet. And that's beautiful. Life is full of many little fleeting moments. Maybe you'll remember someday and come back to visit. Maybe we'll never meet again after this. But no matter what, I'm glad we've met. I feel inspired to keep making things. I imagine you and your friends will be leaving soon, so I just wanted to thank you again. I hope you have a wonderful journey home, and I hope you get to see many more things in your life. Maybe one day you can make your own planet too. Anyway, bye-bye. Dreaming, believing. I used to be very big, now I'm only a puny 10 feet tall. If you make a planet, you probably shouldn't make it out of your own body like I did. It'd be gross. Making planets and animals is fun, but I might branch out and make a nebula or another dimension next. Hooray! I am Shape! Aww. What a beautiful message. Make stuff. Make stuff even if it's never gonna be seen. Make stuff to be seen. Make stuff for yourself. Make stuff for fun. But just make stuff. And fuck AI. This is my planet, you guys. This is my planet. Not the game, but the content. The content creation. The stream. The video. Alright, let's launch the ship. Wait, let's I want to call him first.
Hello? Oh, Anemo. Have you hidden the money where I asked you to?
Oh, that was someone else.
Let's see, Anemo. Anemo. Oh, right, you're with the Formless Star expedition, right? Forgive me, I'm under a lot of stress right now. I'm thankful for your work. So you've currently found 61 animals. Oh, that's absolutely everything. You found every single thing on this planet. That's just amazing. I'm so happy to have such hard-working people fulfilling my grand vision. I knew you'd do a good job. I'm very thankful. Come back soon.
Alright, I guess we launched this ship. Hold on. Let's look at every animal. We have the light horse. We have the float bowler. We have the 3-man. And the frost dancer. And the all-in-all. And the ramp up, which has a very amazing face. I like its face. We have the capsule walker. And its parasites. The capsule walker juniors. We have the Porphyr. The Slurpiptera. Becky. Sproutbug. Ponscar. Sweet Stack. Graphmite. Snowmite. And Dostar. Joe219. Girl. Boy. Tongator. Tracy. The Fusion Dragon. Pickler. Gorolwis. The White Box. Sprinklon. Sokatun, which is my favorite. The Melon Hopper. Bitbeak. Glacier. Mr. Soot. The Lunar Dreambird. The Solar Dreambird. The Eclipse Dreambird. Scoop. Sudsprite. Pepalopterae. Heavy Mac. S&P. Salt and Pepper. Cassini. Tree. Pempipi. Planetum. Cones. Intaker. Culemall. Norther. Souther. Shatterhound. A literal alien. Teleflora. Wibble. Aortan. Yazabi. Townite. Lucky. Blanket. Orrery. Sylvia. Sorbebe. And the shape. And with that, let's launch the ship. Would you like to launch the ship? This will let you see the ending. Your data will not be affected, and you can come back and find anything you missed later. Well, I found everything. Let's go. Lift off. 3, 2, 1, go. Hello?
Hi, Anemo. Are we finished already? Oh, I was having fun. Still, I can't wait to get home and tell Pinwheel about all the things we saw.
I had fun.
That's lovely to hear. I hope we can come back someday, but just for a holiday. I want to bring my swimsuit, and I want to camp out under the stars. You know, while I was here, I found a lovely, cozy little island. It was just perfect. But I know that if I come back, it wouldn't be here anymore. That's just how that planet is. It's okay, though. I can't spend all my time thinking about the past. Anyway, Turbine should be back soon, and I don't expect Sheila will want us to hang around longer than necessary, so I'll get us ready to launch.
Aww. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Alert. Enemy creature approaching. Oh, go eat a stapler, Fandroid.
Ha, ha, ha. It is nice to see you back safe and sound.
Oh, she doth appear. Are you doing okay, Turbine?
Huh? Oops, sorry. Huh?
Yeah, I'm okay. Why do you ask?
Well, you always just seem kind of miserable when we go on missions and all. Sorry, was that okay of me to say?
I usually cheer up a bit when we finish, though, so I'm well, thank you. You seem rather worried.
Oh, never mind. How did you find your adventure?
I have blisters, and I got lost wandering around looking at a bunch of crap I didn't much care for.
Ah, good to see you're still feeling like yourself.
Hey, Nemo, Vane, I know you probably think of me as someone who complains a lot. This is because that is true. But I'm glad that this mission went so relatively smoothly, so I'm thankful for your efforts. That is all. Now I'd like to get home soon.
I'll get right on it. Conditions look perfect for takeoff. We gotta get Vane back to his husband. Oh, in oncoming tens, HQ! I fucked that up.
Windmill wants us to utter something tedious to us, I suspect. Can't we just ignore it?
We shouldn't be rude. And Nemo, can you get it? I guess, if I must. I love that turbine is always muted on these.
Hello, it's just me. Thank you all for completing your mission. I'm very grateful. This will be one less thing for me to worry about. As you know, it's always been my biggest passion to try and catalog everything in space as best as possible. It takes an obscene amount of resources, so I've run into quite a few financial problems. So I'm really very glad for all your help. You'll all get promotions once I can secure the funds. Oh, and you really went and found every single animal? That just warms my heart. To think you'd go so far to see my dreams come true. I took you for a bunch of mercenaries. You met the creator of the planet too? Her name is Shape. I see. She caused me a lot of problems, but don't go and yell at her or anything on my behalf, okay? To think of space itself as being a canvas is kind of beautiful. Maybe I'll become a space curator. No, I have far too much to do as it is. Anyway, I look forward to reviewing the data once you've got back. I hope the next planet we discover will be a nice, unchanging, static planet. That is all. See you soon.
Goodbye. Hello. I wanted to— oh, this is the first time a Nemo speaks. Hello. I wanted to thank you for helping me today. I couldn't have done it without you. I have to leave now, so let's see each other another time. Bye-bye. Let's go. Peace. All systems go. Ready to launch. Beginning countdown. 2, 1. Yay. Bye-bye, Shape. Thank you again for visiting me. I hope wherever you go next, you'll have fun. I'll tell you, I'm not going back to that stupid Japanese mansion. That shit was terrifying. Formless Star by Samanthuel Louise Gilson. Splendid Land, made with ORPGCE. Story by Splendid Land. Graphics by Splendid Land. Music Space Frequency Splendid Land. Monkey KG Splendid Land. Imogen Mangle Songs for Lizards. More songs for lizards. Lots of songs for lizards. Splendid Land. Vocals by Igor Tobias Robin. Songs for Lizards, Splendid Land. Inspirations: Chutang Kujira of Darkness, Space 1999, Eagle, Galaxy Express 1999, Space Battleship Yamato, Ultraman, Zeta Gundam, and Brabi. Do you guys write that shit down? I gotta I gotta check some of those out. I actually have the full Space Battleship Yamato collection on my bookshelf. A special thanks to everyone who's ever given my work their time. I appreciate it so much, and most of all me for making the game. Yeah, you go, Splendid Land. Hell yeah. Thanks for playing. No. And I'll say this. I say this every time I finish a game that has a thanks for playing at the end. You've heard me say it before. Thanks for making the game. Even more appropriate for something like this, the message of this game. Very cool. A few hours later.
We've left the orbit of Formless Star. Flight path said it should take just over a day or so to get home. I think I'll switch the autopilot on and get some sleep soon. I'm so exhausted. How are you all feeling?
If I did all the work I was supposed to do, my anaerobic low capacity, I am feeling great. I forgot how to do the robot voice.
I'm feeling much better now that it's over and done with. Well, actually, I've been thinking.
Uh-huh.
You might be surprised to hear this, but there was actually one animal I found that I really liked when I was down there.
No.
It was a blue cone-shaped creature with 3 eyes and bat-like wings. Did you see it?
That one?
It seemed kind of suspicious to me. The name of it was Yazabi. I don't know how to explain it, but it might be the best possible thing to exist in the entire universe. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right, that's right.
Yeah, I'm out of here. See you next time, suckers. Well, we gotta go get Turbine. We gotta go back. Oh no! Turbine! We left her behind? We need to go back! The Turbine echo. Turbine!
They left without me. What to do, what to do.
Awooga. Are you okay? You looked worried and lonely.
Oh, me? I'm fine. By the way, I actually think your planet is pretty neat, I guess.
Tsundere Turbine. Whoa. Oh, and they're holding hands. Yuri. Whoa. Secret Yuri ending. Oh, and they came back for them. Aww. So cute. Me and my 10-foot girlfriend. Me and my 10-foot girlfriend who's like actually like a god or whatever. The end. Oh, so cute. So cute. What a good message to make some art. Or at least, it doesn't have to be art. Make something. Create something. For yourself. For fun. And you'll have a great time. And you'll have a great time. What a beautiful game. Oh shit, I accidentally canceled my accidentally canceled my entry on how long to beat. You can see the you can expose the load-bearing Kyrie. Oh yes. I mentioned that earlier. I moved myself a little bit. But you can still see the load-bearing Kyrie. Oh, it's so funny. So funny. So we played Formless Star. Let me go ahead and add it to my final thingies. Formless Star. Log. Very good game. Very fun game. I played this today. And then we can write the review for that later. But that means we've got 5- what day is it? 7/2026. That means we have completed 29 games this year already. Which is crazy. Although I will say, I mean, I did complete more games than I completed last year in January alone. So it is what it is, but wow, we've completed almost 30 games. We have one more game and we'll be at 30 games. Maybe it'll be Fatal Frame was fucking spooky, dude. I was gonna say maybe it'll be Fatal Frame. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. But that was a really fun game. I recommend. It's only like an hour long. It's free. You can pay if you want to, but it's free. Fatal Frame is so good, though. Yeah, I mean, go for it. Have fun. Have fun. That was spooky. That was, yeah, that was something. That was something. We have now played Formless Star. Look at that. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Now what? You guys want to read some Warrior Cats? Oh. Actually, maybe we could. The way with the new hold on. Wait, maybe if I oh, there it goes. If I mute it, I can still hear it on my monitoring, which is annoying. Hold on, let's get a do I have a fireplace sound? Hold on. We need a fireplace sound. Fireplace sound. Burning and crackling fireplace. Beautiful. And then we'll just make it quieter when I... That's way too loud. How does that sound on stream? I don't know. A little quiet, maybe? A little quiet, maybe? Hold on, I'm testing the audio. Hold on, I'm testing the audio. Hold on, I'm testing the audio. Okay. 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 How about that? How about that? Hold on, I gotta open Photoshop. I have to draw a little fire. I don't know if this is the right music or the right fire. It's a little aggressive. Can I draw a fire? I don't know if I can draw. I can't draw. Think I can draw? Wait, hold on. Let's go brown first. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. The brush is still massive from when I made Dead Wife Sumiere. Two big old piles of shit. Beautiful. Alright, this isn't gonna work. I'm gonna get some free clip art. Free fire. Free campfire clip art. That's not gonna work. Okay, we're moving into the relaxing part of the stream. Fireplace. Look at that. I don't know if we should be in the void. I guess we can just have a fireplace. Spooky ghosts have no power over you here. That's so true. That's so true, they don't. They can never get me. What if I made it glow? Oh yeah. We had like an orange glow. Oh yeah. Perfect. Now look at the insanity. I guess we're just gonna have to look at the insanity that is my whatever's happening here. And let's go ahead and read. the magnum opus, the real magnum opus, will the real magnum opus please stand up? Oh wait, what about this one? What about this one? Let's try this. I instantly got tired. Okay. I guess the fireplace works. EP fireplace. EP fireplace. Let's keep it at this size. And then actually I want to get my cozy blanket. We can get my cozy blanket. We'll just make it really big. Yeah. Hydrate. Yes, thank you for that. Everybody get your water. But especially me, I'm gonna need it. All right. Today we're gonna start reading a book in the Warrior Cats series called Riverstar's Home. Why are we reading this book, you might ask? Because I have decided that I'm going to read the Warrior Cats books against my better judgment in chronological order. And so, not production order or release order or anything, because I've read the first 5 series, I want to say, as they were coming out when I was a kid. And I recently was re-inspired to re-engage with the Warrior Cat series. And so, I'm going to read from the chronological beginning. Let me make sure I have everything I need here. Yes, so this book came out in 2023. Hopefully I can read it out loud on stream. If not, we'll know. YouTube will tell me, but for now, or I'll get an email or something. But for now, so just a quick primer on what the Warrior Cats series is. The Warriors is a book series that started in 2003. About wild cats that form clans together and worship spiritual ancestors, and they have roles in the clans. And I really enjoyed it when I was a kid. And I listened to Snuffy read Into the Wild recently, over the last year. And I said, you know what? That seems fun. I want to do that, but I want to do it with a book that I've never read before, which is the book that starts the whole thing off story-wise. Riverstar's Home is a super edition, which is a longer book, not part of the series. It's like a special edition book. This one in particular details from the perspective of Riverstar during the Dawn of the Clans arc, which is a prequel arc. They all go in chronological order from the original to the newest, except for this arc, which goes back in time and talks about the Dawn of the Clans. So if you've not read the original Warrior Cats books, you're not gonna know. You're not gonna know. Really what this is all leading up to, and this is all stuff that's going to lead into something. So this book actually takes place at the same time. It's concurrent with the Dawn of the Clans series, so there are going to be spoilers for the individual books in the series, but they're from the perspective of Riverstar, or the cat that would become Riverstar, aka Ripple. Was Riverstar in Into the Wild? I do not think so. River Clan is the clan that's named after Riverstar. Or founded by Riverstar, I suppose. Yeah, so this is the prequel series. This is the also, from what I've heard, a pretty mediocre, one of the most mediocre of the super editions. So we have that to look forward to. But I'm sure I'm going to enjoy it nonetheless. I keep accidentally closing all of my things when I move around my ebook viewer. But we're going to... You can yap through the reading. You can totally chat and comment. I just might not read it. And I can't show you this. But it does come with maps. And if you've ever read the original series, looking at the Dawn of the Clans maps is kind of mind-melding. And you can kind of see what the area used to be before it became... what it is in the modern time, through the first series at least. Because spoilers, there's other places they go to. But, yeah, very cool, very fun. I have to reopen the book. I think I broke it. There we go. Good start. Amazing start. Okay. Let me scroll down so I can read this. Alright. Prologue. And if there's any terminology you don't know, definitely ask me, and I'll let you know. Prologue. Monsters growled like massive dogs at the gates of the park. Ripple saw them, his pelt spiking in fear. He had seen monsters before, of course, sleeping in the park's monster camp, or growling up and down the thunder paths that filled the two-leg place. But never had he seen any like these, huge, hulking beasts, with shining, sharp claws that spun fast enough to turn a cat into pulp. I cannot read it with the fire behind it. That was making my eyes go cross-eyed. Anyways. Get back, Ripple. Ark moved in front of him. Across the lawn, Shine and Dart had frozen, Behind them, Flutter stared disbelievingly. What are they? Ripple didn't get a chance to finish. With a snarl, the monsters broke into the park. Terror snaked through him and seemed to surge like twisting vines from his paws, rooting him to the ground. He flattened his ears, but that did nothing to soften the invader's roar. Move! Ark pushed him hard. Ripple stumbled into a run, across the grass, over the flower bed, following Ark as he leaped onto the narrow wall that ringed the park. Beyond it, the land fell away. A sheer drop to a river that churned between two tall rocks, its current moving fast. But Ripple didn't care about the water swirling below. His gaze was fixed on the monsters, on their muddied yellow pelts, on their great round paws churning the earth, on their massive spiked jaws ripping up the soft green lawns. How could their eyes be so dull? Did they feel nothing as they tore apart the beautiful park? Ripple's heart lurched. Flutter hadn't fled. She was staring at the monsters, her fur on end, her long tail no longer soft and sweeping, but bushed like a thistle. Dash and Shine pressed against her, stiff with terror. "Flutter, run!" he shrieked. His yowl was swallowed by the monster's roar. Fresh fear flared beneath his pelt as he saw two legs approaching the others. A small pack was stalking across the grass towards his friends. There was determination in their eyes as their gaze fixed on the three cats. Thick, dark webs dangled from their paws. Ripple swallowed. They're hunting. "Run!" he shrieked again. But again his cry was lost in the roar. Flutter, Shine, and Dart were backing toward the two legs. "Look behind you." The stench and howl of the monsters must be masking their approach. Ripple bunched his muscles, ready to leap down, but he was startled by a sharp pain in his tail. When he reared around, he saw that Ark's claws had hooked it. "It's too dangerous!" Ark yanked him backward. Ripple stared at Fluttershy and Dart. Isn't Fluttershy a My Little Pony? Well, we can't leave them there. We have no choice. Ripple's blood ran cold as he saw defeat in his mentor's eyes. Fluttershy, oh. He turned and followed Ark's gaze. The two legs had thrown their webs over Flutter, Shine, and Dart. They were scooping up the tangled and struggling cats. Shine thrashed in their grip. Dash flailed in panic. Ripple's breath caught as Flutter's gaze, wild with terror, flashed toward him. Her mouth opened, but the monsters drowned out her shriek as the two-leg holding her turned and carried her away. "We have to do something." Ripple could hardly believe what he was seeing. "There's nothing we can do." Ark's eyes were dark. At least they're safe from the monsters now. Ripple stared at him. "What about the two legs?" "The two legs won't hurt them," Ark told him. "How do you know that?" Ripple demanded. His paws shuffled restlessly on the wall. A huge part of Ripple longed to launch himself toward Flutter and the two legs, to do something, anything, to bring her back to him. "They've left us food for seasons," Ark reminded him, "and never harmed us." "But you've heard the stories," Ripple pressed. "We all have. Cats who've been taken, families broken up, friends forced to live in two-leg dens and never let out." Ark met Ripple's gaze steadily. "We have to believe they'll be okay." We can't just accept that we might never see them again. Ripple's heart was breaking. Flutter must be terrified. He couldn't let her face this without him. His throat tightened. He mustn't lose her. He loved her. She loved him. They'd planned a future together. How can I live without her? Ark's eyes glittered with alarm as a growl rumbled behind them. Watch out. A monster was rolling toward them, less than a tree length away. It lifted its spiked yellow paw and gave a warning hiss. Ripple leaped backward. Panic burst in his chest as his hind paw slipped. It shot downward. Rough brick scraped his leg as he wobbled and began to fall. He clawed at the top of the wall, but there was nothing to grip as the weight of his hindquarters dragged him over the edge. He was startled by a sudden glimpse of the sky. It seemed to roll over him as he fell through the air, past the wall, just brushing the steep grassy bank with his hind leg before falling into the river. He crashed through the water with such force that it knocked the breath from him. The river closed over his head, rushed into his ears, flooded his wide-open eyes. And still, he kept falling, slower through the water, but deeper and deeper. Was there no riverbed to stop his fall? Would he sink forever? He thrashed, kicking out wild with terror, unsure which way was up. Wanting to breathe, terrified of gulping the water that was pressing on every side. His mind sparked with fear as blackness pressed at the edges of his vision. His paw struck something hard. A dark shape was floating above him. He snatched at it desperately before it could bob out of reach, and his claws sank into heavy, sodden wood. A log! Light shimmered through the water around it as Ripple dragged himself upward. Striking out with his other forepaw, he gripped the log more firmly and hauled himself closer. He broke the surface like a rabbit bursting from a burrow. Relief swamped him, as, gasping for air, he heaved himself out of the water and scrambled onto the log. It was wide enough to crouch on, rising and falling as it rode the current. Gripping tightly with every claw, Ripple coughed up water, his panic easing. But he wasn't safe. His eyes stung and the world looked blurry and distorted. As his gaze cleared and he caught his breath, he looked back and saw the park wall shrinking into the distance. Ark was no more than a tiny shape on top, his expression impossible to read. And then Ark was gone, screened by trees as the river rounded a bend. Ripple stared in dismay. No! He must get to shore before the park was too far away. He had to get home. Flutter needed him. He looked around, his belly tightening as he realized how wide the river was. The shore was half a tree length away on either side. Can I swim that far? The current was fierce, hurrying the river faster and faster away from the park. Ripple had never swum before, and his legs were trembling, exhausted by terror. He barely had the strength to cling to the log. He knew he'd drown if he tried to swim. Paralyzed by shock, he closed his eyes as darkness overwhelmed him. I need some water. Sippy break. Dreams filled Ripple's mind as he was swirled into another world. Suddenly he was back home with Flutter, gazing up through the haze of two-leg lights into a black, starry sky. Flutter pressed closer. The warmth of her scent and the softness of her pale orange fur soothed him. He looked at her, love filling his heart. She was so beautiful, her whiskers long and sweeping, her chin with its soft curve held high. He couldn't hold the words in any longer. Will you be my mate? Call him Rizzler. Rizzle. He was sure she'd say yes, and yet his heart clenched as he waited for her answer. It came first in her eyes as she met his gaze. Love shone in them, and his heart ached with joy. Of course I will, she mewed softly. In her eyes he could see the reflection of the moon, and along with it, the promise of the happy future they'd share. He stretched his muzzle to touch the soft fur of her cheek with its... Trying again. He stretched his muzzle to touch the soft fur of her cheek with a sigh. My Flutter. He stiffened. Something was wrong. Her fur felt rough like bark. Her sweet scent had sharpened into the tang of water. He touched her pelt with his paw, shocked to find it cold and wet. Flutter? He pulled away. She was still staring back at him, but her gaze had grown sad. What's wrong? He swallowed. Had she changed her mind? Her eyes rounded with an apology. I'm not here, Ripple, she whispered. You'll never see me again. Fear sliced through his chest, tearing at his heart, and he jerked himself awake. His paw was dragging through the water as the log raced downriver. He snatched it back and sat up sharply, disappointment crushing him as he saw the riverbanks. They were even further away. Where had the river brought him? Where was it taking him? What if it grew wider and wider until there were no shores at all? He felt himself shrink as despair took hold. Was he gonna die on this log? Was he ever going to see his friends again? Was Flutter gone forever? He realized he was holding his breath, too frightened to breathe. The river was carrying him farther away from Flutter with every moment. I must get home, I have to. Then a new, darker thought wormed its way into his mind. He pictured the monsters tearing up the lawns and destroying the flower beds. Even if he could find his way back, would his home still be there? End of prologue. Wow, Ripple, that's traumatic. A little keyword rundown. 2 legs, humans. 2-leg place, the place where humans live. Monsters, vehicles of any kind, cars, trucks, construction vehicles. I think that was it. I think that's it. I think that's all the keywords. I think that's the glossary for now. Unless I missed something. The highway has a silly name. It's the Thunder Path. Monsters on the Thunder Path. This is all ingrained in my DNA at this point. Although I have not read this book, so I don't know if it's, like I said, I've heard other people call it one of the, maybe like bottom 3 super editions. But Who's to say, really? Who's to say? Hold on, I need to drink a little bit. Let me get Ninjium herbal candy. That's what they're called. My Chinese medicine. Before we start chapter 1. Okay, here we go. Chapter 1. Day darkened into night, and somehow Ripple slept, clinging to the log. He woke with a jolt every few moments as he felt himself falling. Curling his claws deeper into the wet bark, gripping tighter to the log. He hoped desperately that he could keep himself from slipping into the water before sliding back into sleep again, exhausted by fear and shock. At last he woke into daylight. Although the sun was barely above the horizon, the air was warm, and birds flitted along the riverbanks. The river was flowing through lush woodland now. Ripple sat up, the log lurching beneath him. Hold on, I'm gonna add a little text on the screen. It also doesn't need to be that big, my bad. How do I make it smaller? Give it an outline. Why not? Because it looks scary, maybe. That's why. Hold on, I can't not do this on my second monitor. I cannot do it on my second monitor. There, we'll do that, and then we'll get rid of the outline. We don't need the outline. And then we'll just do this. I don't know where to put it, but that's... as long as it's visible on the screen, right? Sure, there we go. Alright, I don't know where I was at, so we're gonna start the chapter over. It was only a couple lines in. Day darkened into night, and somehow Ripple slept, clinging to the log. He woke with a jolt every few moments as he felt himself falling, curling his claws deeper into the wet bark, gripping tighter to the log. He hoped desperately that he could just keep himself from slipping into the water before sliding back into sleep again, exhausted by fear and shock. At last he woke into daylight. Although the sun was barely above the horizon, the air was warm, and birds flitted along the riverbanks. The river was flowing through lush woodland now. Ripple sat up, the log lurching beneath him. The water was choppy here, and he held on tight and looked around. He was relieved to see the shores were closer than yesterday, but they were still not so close that he could reach them. At least, the sunshine would dry his pelt, still damp from plunging into the river. The log would find the shore soon. Perhaps there would be a bend in the river, or a spit of rocks jutting out to catch it. They're not judging. The rocks are not judgmental. They're jutting. It's hard to say with a lozenge in my mouth. Once he was on dry land, he could begin the journey home. He had no idea how far he'd traveled. It must have been a long way, but it would be simple enough to follow the river back, and even if the monsters had destroyed the park, Ark would be somewhere, and together they could track down and rescue Dart, Flutter, and Shine. "I'll find you," he promised her. She'd be waiting for him. Don't lose hope. He leaned forward, scanning the river for somewhere the log might run aground, willing the river to change course or grow shallow. Surely he'd hit land soon. In the distance he heard a rumble. He pricked his ears. Thunder? He frowned, puzzled. The sky was blue. The rumble grew to a roar, like a heavy downpour. But it wasn't raining. Was it the wind? Ripple glanced around. The trees stood stiffly along the bank, and there was barely a breeze to shake them. Unnerved, Ripple crouched. The river had widened and flattened. The ripples had eased, and the log slid along as smoothly as a stone over ice. And yet the roaring grew louder, and the river grew faster. And Ripple realized, with a jolt of panic, that the river disappeared up ahead. Where did it go? There was no land beyond it, only air. Waterfall. Ripple's pelt spiked. The log was heading straight for it, moving faster and faster. He had to steer it to shore. He reached a paw into the water and began to paddle, shifting his weight toward the water as he chopped at it furiously, trying to turn the log toward the bank. But the weight of the water falling over the edge was pulling the river after it, and Ripple was helpless against such power. Time seemed to slow as he neared the drop. Terror choked him, and he stopped paddling. Instead, he stared at the emptiness beyond the water. This moment felt like a dream. After all he'd been through, was this how his life would end? And then, all at once, he could see over the edge. White water foamed below and roared like a monster, sending up a cloud of spray. Ripple stared in dread. The river had become a creature with jaws that could swallow him whole. His heart seemed to burst as he felt the log tip forward. No, please. Dropping to his belly, Ripple clung on with all his might. Were there rocks below? Would he be smashed on them? Horror sparked at the back of his skull and crackled like ice along his spine, pushing his tail. He screwed up his eyes, bracing himself for the worst. As he fell, the log tore loose from his grip and dropped beneath him, as though it wanted to find its own way of falling. Time seemed to stop for a moment, and Ripple hung in midair. And then he fell in a rush of wind before the spray enveloped him. He was falling through a cloud until, with a crash, he hit the foaming water and plunged deep beneath the surface. The sudden silence surprised him, deadening his panic just long enough for him to realize he was still alive. Then he heard the roar and felt the churn of the water. It rolled and tugged him as though he were prey. He forced his eyes open and strained to see through the froth. Was that light? He struck out toward the clear, pale water ahead, pulling his way through the heave and swell as though he were tunneling from beneath the earth. Ignoring his panic, focusing on the light, he hauled his way upward. His chest felt as though it was about to explode, desperate for breath, but the light grew brighter and brighter. Finally, with a gasp, he broke the surface. Through streaming eyes, he saw the log. It sat calmly in the water, a tail length away, as though it had been waiting for him. He reached for it, relief swamping him as he felt the familiar bark beneath his claws and clung on, first with one paw, then two. He had no strength to climb on top. He could only float limply behind it as the current caught it and began to guide it downstream once again. Ripple wondered how long he could hold on. Water in his ears muffled the sound of the river. It stung his eyes and ran from his nose. Don't let go, he told himself. His claws ached, the pain growing until they screamed for him to relax his paws. You can do it. Just a few moments longer. He held on. He'd survived the waterfall, hadn't he? He could do this. But the pain hardened and exhaustion begged him to give up. And then the log stopped with a gentle thump. Ripple blinked open his eyes and saw that it had caught among roots jutting from the riverbank. Gently, the current steered the log sideways, sweeping Ripple toward the shore. Relief washed over him as his hind paws scraped the riverbed. He let go of the log and splashed toward the bank. Head underwater at first, then above it, and a moment later he was wading onto dry land. How had he been so lucky to make it just as his strength was giving out? He turned and glanced at the water, a wild theory occurring to him. Had the river known he couldn't take any more? It seemed impossible, and yet it somehow felt true. His heart pounded with gratitude. Thank you. Exhausted, he stumbled across the pebbly shore and collapsed onto the grass. End of chapter. Whoa. Spiritual. I don't really know how many chapters to read at a time. I also don't know how many chapters this book is. This one is 35 chapters plus a prologue, so 36 chapters. Well, maybe we could read 3 to 5 chapters a time. Chapter 2. He didn't know how much time had passed. He might have slept, or perhaps just closed his eyes long enough to catch his breath. His heart had slowed, and energy was beginning to seep back into his paws. He sat up to look around, his neck stiff as he tried to wiggle his head side to side, working out the kinks. On the shore of the river, water meadows stretched away into the forest. On the far side, flower-specked pasture land rose toward a dark moor that looked like a badger's back arched against the sky. Farther downstream, rushes swallowed the shoreline, and the river spilled between them, flooding the reed beds. The sun was still shining. It was beginning to slide toward the horizon, and he could see it would set beyond the moortop later, but for now, it still sat high in the sky. He knew the forest would be cooler, but Ripple was too exhausted to find his way there. Besides, the river had dropped him here. Perhaps this was where it wanted him to be. For now, at least. And he was famished. Fear had masked his hunger on the river, but now his belly was eager to let him know that he hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. A tail length from the shore, scales glinted beneath the water. Ripple got to his paws and padded softly to the water's edge, surprised to see fish swimming close to the surface. They looked fat and sluggish in the sunshine, and they would make easy prey. Slowly, Ripple waded into the river, keeping downstream the same way he'd keep downwind from a mouse. The fish wouldn't know he was there until he was close enough to strike. Back in the park, being soaked to the skin had made Ripple uncomfortable. After his adventure on the log, though, Ripple no longer feared the water's slickness. As he stalked through the shallows, the river tugged at his underside and trailed his tail behind him like waterweed. There were 4 fish, moving gently around each other, their silver scales bright beneath the surface. Excited, Ripple bunched his muscles and leaped for the closest, but the river sucked at his paws, unbalancing him. Even before he hit the water, the fish had darted clear. By the time he splashed clumsily down where they'd been basking, they were already a tail length away, still keeping to the shallows as though taunting him to try again. He paused and caught his breath, watching the fish grow sluggish once more. Had they forgotten so quickly that they were being hunted? Ripple licked his lips. They were fast, but they were mouse-brained. He crept toward them. He wouldn't jump this time. Even shallow water slowed him down. Instead, he'd get so close they'd have no chance of escape. He waded nearer, slowing with every paw step until he was less than a tail length away. The fish hung in the flowing water as though snagged on the riverbed. They don't even know I'm here. I got a hiccup. Ripple lashed out with a forepaw, moving it so quickly that no land prey could outrun his grasp. It smacked the surface, sending up spray that stung his eyes. He blinked quickly, but the fish had already darted away. Frustration flared in his belly and he waded after them, not caring this time about his approach. He was going to catch one. He hurled himself at them, flinging out his paws to grasp anything within reach. But his claws hooked nothing, and he belly flopped into the water and bumped down onto the riverbed. Mouse stung. Ripple straightened and shook out his fur. The river current swirled around his legs. The fish were swimming away, downstream, as though bored of teasing him. Slippery mouse hearts. he hissed after them. An amused snort sounded from the riverbank. Ripple turned, softening. Stiffening, not softening, the opposite of softening. I forgot my model was on. His pelt grew hot with embarrassment as he saw a black and white she-cat. Her eyes sparkled mischievously. "You're a natural," she teased. Ripple padded to the shore, scowling at her. "It's my first time," he growled. "That's obvious," the she-cat purred, clearly enjoying his discomfort. He dropped his gaze. He'd have been amused too if he'd seen another cat hunting so clumsily. "I guess I did look kind of bee-brained," he conceded. "Not bee-brained," she mewed kindly. "Just inexperienced." Ripple sat down heavily. "Why does the water make the fish faster when it makes me slower?" he asked the she-cat. "If you had scales instead of fur, you'd move faster," she told him. "But then you'd be a lizard, not a cat. And who wants to be a lizard instead of a cat?" She padded to meet him, stopping a tail length away. "You're new around here, aren't you?" "That's right. I'm Knight." She looked at him expectantly. "And you are?" He paused. Knight looked strong and sure of herself. He could see every muscle beneath her sleek black fur, and her short, compact name seemed to accentuate her strength even more. Ripple. His own name seemed suddenly trivial. It had suited him in the park, where he'd live happily day after day, unworried by anything but weather. But now he'd lost his home, and the cats he'd been close to. He'd survived a perilous journey on a river and nearly died. Knight tipped her head to one side curiously. "You have a name, don't you?" "Yes." Ripple came to a decision. His name here would honor the river that had carried him to this place. "River Ripple," he told her. She dipped her head politely. "Welcome, River Ripple." River Ripple felt a shimmer of pleasure at the sound of his new name, and he was pleased by her friendly tone. "Is it okay if I stay a while?" he asked. "I didn't mean to come here, but this is where I've landed and I need to rest. I'll head home soon." Knight blinked in surprise. "It's not up to me where you stay or go," she mewed. "Just don't steal other cats' prey while you're here." "Other cats?" River Ripple looked around. "Are there many cats here?" "A few," Knight told him. "But we keep our whiskers out of each other's business." "Why?" River Ripple felt puzzled. The park cats had relished each other's company. It had been good to know there were friends he could rely on. Cats got sick. Dogs escaped their 2 legs and ran wild. Aggressive cats from beyond the park wall would try to start fights. "Wouldn't it be better to help each other out?" he asked Knight. Knight looked at him quizzically. "Help," she mewed. "What with?" River Ripple was surprised by her genuine bemusement. It must be peaceful here for her to feel so confident, and he felt a fresh wave of gratitude to the river for steering the log aground on this stretch of shore. But perhaps he was underestimating her. She might just be so good at hunting and fighting that she needed no help. He wished he were as competent. As though agreeing, his belly gave a loud rumble of hunger. Knight glanced at it. "Is there anything to hunt here apart from fish?" River Ripple asked her. "Sure." Knight nodded toward what looked like reed beds. "There are frogs over there, and birds, but fish have the most meat, and there are plenty of them in the river." "Yeah." River Ripple looked ruefully at the water. He could see a spotted fish in the shallows, its tail working as it browsed along the muddy riverbed. "I just wish they were easier to catch." "I could show you how to hunt them if you'd like." Knight's offer took River Ripple by surprise. I thought cats around here kept their whiskers out of each other's business. Got him. We do, she told him. But it feels wrong to let another cat go hungry when I'm full. She nodded toward the brown fish. I can teach you how to catch that trout, she mewed. River Ripple blinked at her gratefully. Please? Let me fetch my brother. Knight told him and then turned to hop up the bank and disappeared into the long grass at the top. She has a brother. Knight wasn't as much of a loner as she appeared. The green leaf sunshine. I keep saying sunshine. Sunshine. The green leaf sunshine was beating down on River Ripple's pelt, warming his silver fur. He wondered whether to wade back into the water to cool himself, but he was frightened of disturbing the trout, which was still stirring up the mud in the nearby shallows. Instead, he padded a little way along the shore, to where bulrushes clustered at the water's edge, sending shadows across the riverbank. Sheltering in it, River Ripple waited. It wasn't long before Knight returned, a black and white Tom following. His markings were different, and he was larger than Knight, his forehead broader, but he had the same steady yellow gaze that met River Ripple's with a reassuring blink. I'm Mist, he mewed. I'm River Ripple. That's an impressive name. Amusement twinkled for a moment in Mist's eyes. River Ripple gave a small purr, guessing what the Tom was thinking. I suppose you mean for a cat who can't fish. Mist purred. I wasn't going to say it. Knight slid past her brother. We're going to fix that, she mewed. Every cat should know how to fish. She looked up toward the moor, unless you'd rather live up there. River Ripple followed her gaze. The heather was purple with flowers, but there were barely any trees there, and to River Ripple, the wide open space so close to the sky seemed bleak. The chatter of the river and the gentle swishing of the reed beds seemed far more inviting. The first rule of fishing, Knight told him, padding into the shallows. Don't chase. Wait. She crouched so that her belly touched the riverbed and water streamed around her flanks. She stretched a forepaw ahead of her, into the faster current where the riverbed dipped, then grew still. Mist tilted his head slightly. River Ripple followed the Tom's gaze and saw, beneath the rippling surface of the river, a silver fish swimming downriver. If it kept its course, it would pass close to Knight's outstretched claw. Is that a trout too? He whispered. It's a young carp, Mist told him. How do you know? Shape. Mist breathed back, and it's alone rather than in a shoal. Is this some British way to write school, or is it shoal? Is it still shoal? I guess it's a shoal still. I've only ever called them schools. River Ripple had never thought about fish before, but now he realized that they must be as different and individual as birds. He watched, hardly breathing, as the fish neared Knight. The black and white she-cat hadn't moved her gaze and was tracking the carp as it approached. River Ripple was impressed by her self-control, but also wondered if she was going to miss her chance. The fish was moving fast, like a light flashing beneath the surface. Then, suddenly, Knight snatched at it. The rest of her body barely moved. Only after she'd hooked the carp on her sharp claws did she straighten. Water streamed from her pelt as she stood up, and arched her neck to clamp her jaws around the carp's spine. It flapped desperately for a moment, then fell still. Knight turned and padded to the shore. She dropped the carp at River Ripple's paws. He licked his lips. It was as large as a rat, and gleamed in the sunshine. Do you want to try catching one? Knight asked him. River Ripple stared admiringly at the carp. I'd rather eat this. You can, she told him. But your reactions will be sharper if you hunt while you're hungry, and your own catch will taste the sweeter. River Ripple's belly still ached with longing, but he padded toward the shallows and waded in. He crouched where Knight had been, stretching out a paw as Knight had done, then looked hopefully up his stream. From this angle, his muzzle just above the surface. It was hard to see through the sunshine flashing on the ripples. How had Knight seen the carp approaching? Could she smell it? He opened his mouth and let the river's scents bathe his tongue. Water, weed, grass, mud, and night scent lingered in the air with mists. How could River Ripple possibly detect a fish through such a jumble? He focused once more on scanning the surface. Perhaps the carp's fin had made a ripple that gave it away. Here comes one. Mist warmed from the shore. Warmed? Warned from the shore. Where? Ripple pricked his ears eagerly and stretched his neck, glimpsing a brown-spotted fish like the one he'd seen earlier. A trout? Quick! Knight urged from the riverbank as the trout slid past him. River Ripple reached for the fish, his heart quickening with excitement, but by the time he'd curled his claws to grab it, the trout was gone, speeding away downstream. You need to be faster, Mist called. River Ripple sat up and glared at the black and white top. I know, he grunted crossly. Knight padded to the edge of the water. You weren't ready, she told him. How could I be? River Ripple's fur twitched in frustration. I couldn't see it until it was nearly on me. He frowned. The sun's so bright on the water. The sunshine makes it harder to see the fish, Knight agreed. But it also makes it harder for the fish to see you. That trout wouldn't have known you were there until you hooked it. You just need to be quicker. Mist nodded. Moving a paw through the water is slower than moving it through the air, he mewed. Just react a moment sooner than you would if you were trying to hook a mouse. River Ripple's shoulders sagged. He was too hungry to learn. You'll get better at it, Knight encouraged. It just takes practice. I can't even see the fish coming, he insisted. Their silver scales make them look like water. Scales glimmer differently from water, Knight told him. You'll see it soon. For now, we'll tell you when one is heading towards you, Knight promised. Feeling clumsy and hopeless, River Ripple crouched down in the water once more. He stretched out his paw and waited. Butterflies fluttered in his belly. Could a cat raised in a park ever learn to fish? Frightened he'd make a fool of himself again, he watched the glittering surface, his ears pricked for Knight's signal. A buzzard was circling above the moor. He could hear a distant chaffinch while the bulrushes shimmered at the edge of his vision. But he forced his attention to stay on the water. The river cooled him, streaming through his fur, lapping his pelt like a mother's tongue. He felt suddenly calm, his heart slowing as he focused on the river until he was only aware of the small stretch of water flowing toward him. He saw something gleam beneath the water, a smoothness that stood out from the restless glitter of sunshine on the surface. Something else gleamed beside it, and in front of it, and behind it. There's a shoal of loaches approaching you, Knight called. River Ripple was already watching the shapes darting toward him like a swarm of mice. He held still, seeing them swim closer, relieved that there was more than one fish to snatch at. Surely he'd catch one. React a moment quicker. He repeated Mist's advice, waiting for the shoal to reach him, trying to judge the timing. A moment before he would have normally reacted, he thrust his paw toward the shoal, thrilled as he felt his claws hook flesh. I've caught one! He dragged his catch toward him, lifting it from the water. Where was I? Lifting it from the water, ready to give the killing bite. But as he jerked his head down, the loach flapped in his paw. With a strength that surprised him, it lifted free of his claws and thrashed in the air for a moment. No! Fumbling in panic, River Ripple grabbed at it, trying to hook it again, but it flipped clear of his grasp and fell with a plop back into the river. His heart sank with it. Shame burned his pelt. He hardly dared look at Night and Mist, but forced himself to face him. He was surprised to find them heading along the shore. Had they given up on him? I'll try again, he called after them. I'll get it right this time, I promise. He didn't want to be abandoned like this, not with them thinking he was no better than a clumsy kid. Night glanced back at him. I should have started you somewhere easier. Easier? He hesitated. What could be easier than the shallow water at the edge of the river? Follow us. Night beckoned him to follow with a flick of her tail. River Ripple felt a rush of relief. She seemed to want him to succeed. Mist trotted at her heels, carrying the carp his sister had caught. The scent of it made River Ripple's belly growl hungrily. He'd never tasted fish before, but he was so hungry that he'd eat anything right now. He hurried after the two cats, hopefully. Perhaps he'd do better this time. They ducked around the clump of reeds to where a short stretch of rocks edged the river. Pausing, Night turned and hopped into the water. River Ripple blinked in surprise as she landed. Her paws didn't sink into the shallows. Instead, they seemed to rest on the surface, disturbing it a little, but not falling through. Was she walking on water? She leaped again, farther across the river, but still didn't sink. Mist jumped after her. He didn't sink either. Why don't you fall in? River Ripper didn't hide it. River Ripper Ripple didn't hide his surprise. Was this a trick all river cats knew? Would they be able to teach him? Night stopped in the middle and blinked back at him, her eyes bright with amusement. But she didn't explain. River Ripple sniffed at the water where the two cats had waded in. Can you see them? She asked him. River Ripple frowned. River Ripple. It's like a tongue twister. And then he saw it. A stone just beneath the surface. He purred with delight. You're standing on stones. They go all the way to the far shore, Night told him. As if to show him, Mist hopped past her, crossing the river. He landed on the riverbank and laid the carp on the pebbles. They're useful if you want to cross the river without getting your pelt wet, he mewed. And they're useful to fish from, Night added. River Ripple hopped onto the first stone and scanned the water to find the next before he jumped onto it. The river rushed through the gaps between, channeled by the current. His ears twitched excitedly. The fish would be channeled too, and they'd be easier to spot from up here. His heart lifted. Surely even he could catch one. Is this where you meant when you said you'd show me somewhere easier to fish? Yes, she mewed. But you'll need to react quicker than lightning. The water runs even faster than the stones. Be careful not to fall in, Mist warned. The current's strong. But River Ripple was hardly listening. He was scanning the river as it swirled past his paws. A small fish darted past, then another, and another. His gaze tracked upstream. A carp was headed toward him. It was aiming for the gap between a stepping stone. He tensed, his breath catching with excitement. The carp quickened, sped on by the current, until it was darting through the water faster than a bird in the sky. River Ripple followed it with his gaze, every hair on his pelt bristling eagerly. A moment before it reached the rock and slid through the gap beside him, River Ripple thrust his paw into the water. Triumph surged through his pelt as he grasped it, and hooking his claws deep into its flank, plucked it into the air. It was heavier than he expected, and his heart lurched as his I cannot speak, oh my god. It was heavier than he expected, and his heart lurched as it flapped in his paw. But he gripped tight, ready this time for the struggle. Drawing it up to his mouth, he bit into it. It flapped around his jaws as his teeth sank into the sweet, cool flesh. He knew at once he'd missed the spine, and he winced as it struggled on and fought his grip. Night looked pleased with him, and hopped one stone at a time to the far shore. He followed, watching her paws closely to see where the rocks were. The carp struggled between his jaws. Its tail slapped his cheek while its head battered his muzzle. But he wasn't going to let go until he reached shore. It was still flapping furiously as he landed beside Night. Only then did he drop it. Seeing now where its spine must be, he leaned down and nipped it neatly beneath its head. At last it lay still. He glanced at Night self-consciously. It wasn't the neatest catch. The first catch never is. Night pushed the carp toward him. Let's eat. As she and Mist began to share the fish she'd caught earlier, River Ripple gave a purr. Even if he hadn't killed it cleanly this time, he'd caught it. He'd do better next time, he promised himself. Fluffing out his wet pelt proudly, River Ripple took a bite, delighted by the taste. It lived up to the promise of his killing bite. The flavor was more delicate than the food the two legs left in the park, the flesh softer than the nuggets he was used to crunching. It was delicious. He ate the head and tore the flesh from the carp's spine. Then he pushed the rest toward Night. I can't eat a whole fish by myself. It wasn't true. He was terribly hungry. But it seemed the least he could do when Night had taught him so much. She pushed it back. I think you need it more than we do, she told him. She sat up and began to wash her face while Mist carried on eating. Gratefully, River Ripple gulped down the rest of the carp. When the last morsel was gone, he sat up and licked his lips and dipped his head to the river. Thanks, he told it silently. Then he blinked at Night. Thank you. I'm glad I could help. She half closed her eyes appreciatively. No cat should watch another cat starve. Crickets were chirping in the meadow behind them, and the sunshine was losing some of its fierceness. River Ripple felt a sudden rush of happiness. After his adventure, he was grateful to be on safe ground and in friendly company. Mist finished his meal and sat up. I like carp, he mewed, but I prefer trout. It tastes different? River Ripple was astonished. He'd assumed fish from the same river would taste the same. Of course, Mist looked surprised. A sparrow tastes different from a pigeon, and a mouse tastes different from a vole. I guess, River Ripple mewed. I've never really thought about it. Was that the first fish you've ever eaten? Night asked in surprise. There weren't any fish in the park, River Ripple told her. Is that where you're from? Mist asked. River Ripple nodded, feeling a sudden pang of loss. I grew up there. I've never heard of it, Night mewed. Is it far away? It took a day to get here, River Ripple explained. Did you walk? Mist asked. I rode on a log in the river. Mist blinked. Why didn't you swim? Swim? What a strange question. Did he mean like a fish? I can't, River Ripple mewed. He tipped his head to one side. Can you? Of course, Mist told him. A cat who can't swim shouldn't live beside a river. You can't swim? Knight's eyes had widened in alarm. I wouldn't have taken you on the stepping stones if I'd known that, she mewed. What if you'd fallen in? I spent a day riding on a log and didn't fall in. River Ripple told her. The truth was, he'd been so eager to prove he could catch a fish on the stepping stones that he hadn't even thought about falling in the river. Why did you travel here? Mist asked suddenly. I had no choice, River Ripple explained. I fell into the river and grabbed the log because it was all I could reach. I had to stay on it because I couldn't get to shore. That sounds scary, Mist mewed. It was, River Ripple confessed. Knight was gazing at him anxiously. Your kid must be worried about you. I don't have any kin, River Ripple explained. But my parkmates will be worried. His heart ached, longing for gentle moth, plucky stoat, the warmth of squirrel, his nestmate when he was a kid, and most of all, and Flutter. Was she your mate? Mist asked. She was going to be. River Ripple felt a lump forming in his throat. Talking about himself was making him sad. Real. Do you two have mates? Knight looked away. Mist rested his tail over hers. She doesn't like to talk about it, he told River Ripple. I had a mate, Knight mewed huskily, and kits. River Ripple wondered if the river had carried them away, but he didn't ask. He didn't want to upset Knight after she'd been so kind. Instead, he changed the subject. Have you always lived beside the river? Pretty much, Mist told him. It's peaceful and there's good hunting here. He paused, then added, Were you thinking of staying? Knight looked up. He said he'll head home soon. Mist blinked at him. I guess you want to be back on familiar territory with your park mates. You must miss Flutter. River Ripple looked away. The park was destroyed, he mewed sadly, and Two Legs took Flutter away. Panic seized his gut as he remembered the webbing that fell on Flutter, Dart, and Shine. Were they okay? Were the Two Legs treating them kindly? River Ripple desperately wished he could know where they were right then. Knight met his gaze sympathetically. You've had a bad time, she mewed. I guess. River Ripple's throat tightened. If the park's destroyed and your mate is gone, Mist ventured, why do you want to go back? I want to find them. Do you think you'll be able to? I hope so. What if he couldn't? River Ripple's pelt twitched nervously. Knight got to her paws. Perhaps it's best to let them go, she mewed softly. The park sounds like a dangerous place, and it'll be a long journey to make by yourself. You'd be safer staying here. Her advice sounded wise, but how could he follow it? He'd left a whole life behind, a life he'd loved. Whatever had happened to the park, his friends would be waiting for him. He'd rest here for a few days and then find his way back, no matter what it took. Whoa. I think that's where we're going to end the reading portion. That's 3 chapters, Prologue 1 and 2. Whoa. I almost choked on my water. Wow. Wow. River Ripple is, borked, I think. I think he's borked. I think his home is destroyed, all his friends are dead, his lover's dead, and he's borked. It's interesting seeing this. I didn't read the Dawn of the Clans, even though I have the series on my shelf. So, getting to see, getting to hear River Ripple like venture into these places that I know what they're gonna be like in the future from the original series is cool. Like the stepping stones are important. The moor is where River Clan lives. You know, it's or not River Clan. The moor is where Wind Clan lives. Where he's at right now is where River Clan is going to live. And then the stepping stones lead over to Thunder Clan and the other places. So cool. So cool. Getting to see these places, or at least see how they're described before there's anybody really, the clans living there, is kind of cool. Although I think River Ripple is having a bad time. Night and Mist be like, you can't fish, you can't swim? And he's like, no, I can't. And they're like, what? Like it's hard? Well, yes, we read the first a few chapters. River Ripple's very bad, no good day. So far, it's spelled separately. They're not one word yet. It's River Space Ripple. And then eventually, it's gonna be River... You know, eventually they become one word, but... Because they don't have the naming conventions of the clan cats yet. But it is what it is. Yes, thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna make a new thumbnail for this stream. It's gonna have all 3 things that I did on it today. And then we'll put this in a playlist for the Warrior Cats reading as well. And then I'll also chapter the stream. So if anybody ever watches the VOD for whatever reason, it'll be chaptered up. It'll be sectioned out. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. I got a nice, beautiful art cleanse, followed by some reading after, literally barely getting out of the first room in Fatal Frame. So, or I guess I beat the first boss, mini boss, whatever it is. It's not really a boss. It's a tutorial boss. I didn't even finish the tutorial. Whatever. It's scary. It's scary. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. We're gonna play infinite games, but no games tomorrow. I also have to make a thumbnail for that. So look forward to that. We're gonna have fun. And then Don't Stop Girly Pop on Sunday for Mother's Day, because we're gonna be mothering. Snap, snap, snap. Clap, clap, clap. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Class dismissed. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.